tell us.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right, got that. Yeah, got that.
Yeah, where are you coming to me from?
Turn that down.
You're from Reese.
Yeah,
Got you there.
Good. Yeah, okay, that's good.
Let's just have a listen. One.
There's a spare somewhere.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely underlaid now. It was so slight yesterday, I had to click like that. Just
Spare.
Yeah.
Buzzing, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. Good. I don't think we ever did.
Not very faint again. Talk on the laser, John. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I've got you. That's. Yeah. Got a buzz in there, buzz now. Right, just. Where's that buzz coming from? Okay. Right. It's back. Okay. Happy?
Use this yesterday, because we were thinking guest books, but Owen will need to be using lasers and stuff when Hannah isn't around.
Well, that's yeah.
Wallace by me checking it off the back on. I'm going to check it again.
That's fine. Do it. Could do it for
So I haven't met you before.
No,
I think.
Kerry.
Kerry, hi, I'm
Yeah.
Mano, nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Mano.
I know these ladies.
You
okay?
okay? You okay?
Yeah, good, yeah. So you're back now?
Yes.
Yeah? You all happy and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Really good. Yeah, so we'll stay on that slate, and then once the competitions begin, we'll go live.
Yep.
But what will happen? No, what will happen is
Yeah, we get someone to speak
Yes,
to
what
to
will
you
happen
both
is-
show.
we'll stay on that slate, then they'll play the titles, and then once we're off the titles, we'll be live again.
Yeah, that's fine.
If that's all right.
Yeah, I've got to remember how to do
Have you
it.
seen that one?
I've seen anyone there.
Oh, okay, sorry. Does you want like a tea and coffee?
We just came.
Would you like a tea and coffee?
I'll have a coffee if there's one going.
Yeah, how would you like it?
Just wait, you know, not sure.
Yeah, with my man.
That would be
Do you want water?
Oh, water would be good.
Yeah, water and sorry, you said a black coffee.
White coffee.
White coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm
Thank you.
by the way, I'm not sure exactly where she is, but are you happy with all the technical things?
Yeah, well,
I'll get Sam to come in now.
yeah, just
Okay.
to remember
Yeah.
how to do it again. I think that,
They ask these
yeah,
members only for the way
basically
the
run it
structure.
on and off. Just make sure, because it doesn't matter if we're silent.
Such a PTO
We
across
often
this.
take it off, have a little chat, and then put it back on. And if you need a wee, but we have to remember to and then they can hear from yours. Yeah, and you have to literally like hold it like a football commentator. Good morning from the main ring at the Royal Welsh. I'd like to introduce ourselves to start. I'm Gemma Rees. I'm sat here with Maggie Simons. Morning, Maggie.
Morning to everyone.
And good morning, Kerry Thomas.
Morning, everyone.
So, first of all, we've got the racehorse to riding horse who have just entered the ring. We'll just get our details. We have Pembrokeshire judge, Mr. Nathan Deakin, judging the ride section, and in the confirmation section we have Mrs. Polly Walker from Holcombe, from Devon. And in the south side of the ring, we've got the Section C's, the Welsh pony of cob type, just entering the ring as well. Our two judges today are Mrs. O'Leary Marshalsea and Mr. Adrian Bowen. So, Mrs. O'Leary Wynne Marshalsea Jenkins. Sorry, I couldn't remember her new surname since being married. So, our two judges there, Mrs. O'Leary Wynne Marshalsea Jenkins, being our ride section, and Mr. Adrian Bowen from the Glencorf stud would be our confirmation judge. So a little bit of information that we've got on the two judges today in the racehorse to riding horse flat class. So our ride judge is Mr. Nathan Deakin, who's born and bred in Pembrokeshire. He rode competitively through Wyn Morris and was supreme here in 2014 on a lovely coloured called Brechfa Brynach, which was also produced by Wyn Morris. And he started his amateur jockey and then started to ride some show horses, and he is an absolutely fabulous ride judge. I actually spoke to him this week and tried to persuade him to do a little bit more ride judging, because he really is fantastic with young horses, which he wasn't quite as keen, but hopefully if we can get him on a few more panels it would be fantastic. At the moment he runs a yard, but basically focusing on breaking and production of young horses, and he's had a few numerous appointments, including the Royal Welsh, which was post-COVID. He says he's looking for an animal which is responsive and disciplined, and interesting fact about him, has a transporting business up until Brexit, so he's busy going up and down the country transporting horses. Our confirmation judge then is Mrs. Polly Walker from Devon. She says she's originally from a horse-orientated family. Her mother Helen jumped around badminton and also successfully rode a lady's horse in point to point. Her father hunted hounds in the South Dorset and Wednesday counties. Polly herself has a background in hunting, eventing and racing. Hunting with the Berkeley in South Dorset, the Duke of Beaufort's and Wednesday. She's had an extremely successful racing career as a champion lady jockey, and Polly holds the record for the number of career wins, a highlight of reaching 300 when she won the Western Ladies Open in 2011. And then Polly and Ed moved to St Mary in Devon, began training pointer-pointers together, started with around 4 horses point-to-point, and after a couple of years started training under rules. So Ed took over the pointers and the yard grew quickly in size and now holds 30 plus horses. They have had over 200 winners since the yard started, and also found time to get married and have 2 lovely children, Daisy and Bertie. So I think we have 2 fantastic judges here in the racehorse to riding horse section with plenty of knowledge.
On the other side of the ring, we have the Welsh Section C's ridden this morning. So we have Mr. Adrian Bowen of the Glencork Stud judging the confirmation section. Glencork Stud was established in 1989 and breed A's, C's and D's. Adrian stood Cuddy and Thomas Brightly winner in 2007 at the Royal Welsh with Glencork Hyfryd, a Section A mare. And he's no stranger to the ring here himself at the Royal Welsh on an annual basis. They also have a little cattle farm and a flock of Berrichon sheep. He was actually champion with them at the Royal Welsh in 2019, so he knows confirmation of animals of all types. He sits on the A, B, C and D Welsh Pony and Cob Society panel. Judged the A's at the Royal Welsh post-COVID equine show, and he's judged all over the world as well. And then doing the ride section, we have, as Gemma mentioned, a Larry Wynn Marshall St Jenkins, who was stood in for the Royal Welsh this year on a last-minute call. She is a physical education teacher in Llundain, so it'll be no trouble to her to have to ride this many ponies this morning on a wet and soggy Royal Welsh Monday morning. But she is on the Welsh Pony and Cob Society panel for the B's and the Ridden, on the BSBS panel and on the ride panel for TSR. She is more than happy to judge these ponies this morning. Her mum and dad bred B's and gave up breeding the B's to focus on the Riddens for Larry and her sister Nia. They have both been very successful in the Ridden ring. So we will look forward to them judging this morning.
And I want to say a big shout to Mary Marshall's Day, who's Larry's mum, who had a knee operation 2 days ago. So I know she just came home last night. So I know she would absolutely love to be here to watch Larry. Such an honour for the family. So big shout out to Mary, and I hope you're enjoying watching it at home.
Hope she recovers well.
We did actually speak to Larry this week, and she was quite relieved given the changeable weather forecast that she didn't have to worry about what outfit to wear. She was just going to be in her jodhpurs and jacket.
That's definitely a good thing when you're a ride judge, not having to worry about your outfit. So and O'Leary has had to step in last minute judging, so her original plan was to ride here this week, but slight change of plan. I know it's a dream come true for her to judge here, so I hope she has a fantastic time. So currently on the screen we've got our 2 judges for the RORs, who both look like they're having a nice time, and the weather's staying a little bit dry for the moment. So we currently have 10 entries catalogued in this first class of the ROR, the Tattersalls Former Racehorse Challenge Show Series.
The ground looks to be holding up brilliantly, doesn't it?
It does. They always do a fantastic job of the ring here, so credit to them. A nice coverage of grass there.
Yeah.
I do apologise, there's 18 entries, catalogue entries in the ROR Open Ridden series, so looks like they're just changing the rein now.
I think it shows the testament and training that goes into some of these race horses, isn't it? When they've just come off the track and they're behaving so well.
So we're still on to the RORs, and looks like they are about to gallop.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for these RORs. They have had a big change in their lives, so trying to keep them calm and quiet in an environment like this, especially with so many sections E's on the ring next door, it can be quite difficult. So hats off to all of these jockeys who've done the most amazing job of giving these horses a second life, really, and a good life and a change of scenery. And some of them are absolutely fantastic, and some of them have had amazing wins, and some of them have just run once or twice. So at least they've got a second life and fantastic homes, which is lovely to see. And to be honest, they all look really well.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to get them looking so well either, is it?
No, not at all, not at all. And it's difficult. You don't want to feed a racehorse too much because their main job is to go as fast as they can.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balance. But yeah, hats off to anyone that does decide to do this. They're
a lot of
doing
training
a
gone in.
fantastic job.
These classes have become so much more popular as well. I think it's a real sign of how actually versatile the thoroughbreds can be.
Absolutely.
When they
Definitely.
take the time.
Yeah, I'll try and find a quick numbers of how many have been entered over the last few years.
And in fairness, you see 4 of these walking here now, and they've just galloped, so that just goes to show how much training they've had and how well they've been produced. Normally, once you've extended a thoroughbred, they'd a little bit lit up then.
No, but they do look all very calm, and which is great to see. So numbers are up slightly from last year. Unfortunately, we'll go through numbers later. Since 2014, there are 1,000 less entries. So times are changing, things are getting expensive. So it is showing a little bit in entries. Last year there were 23 entered in the section. This year we have 28. But for example, in 2014 and 2016 there were 50, 50 and 54. So entries unfortunately are going down. But the rings are still looking full anyway. And now we can see both sides. And over to our Section C judges.
Section C's are all camping round.
Some beautiful ponies forward there.
Absolutely.
Gallop before long.
We have 39 catalogue entries in the Welsh pony of cob type. Fender saddle, and on our picture we have O'Leary and Adrian having a big discussion.
We have a very strong class here. There are several ponies in this class that have already qualified for the year show this year and have been very big prize winners.
It's I had the pleasure of judging this a few years ago now. I don't think I could even tell you what year it was, but it's such a pleasure judging in this ring, and it's a very different class to any other Section C class in the country, because obviously they have a ride judge, so this is the one and only show that they do this.
It is indeed the only show that the Welsh C's and D's will be ridden.
So again, it's another different environment for the ponies to be under. They aren't used to this. They're usually, especially if you've got an older pony, they know exactly the job and when they're coming out to do their show. So it will be different, and O'Leary will have, I'm sure she'll do a fantastic job. She's had plenty of experience riding different ponies over the years. So yeah, it'll be a different experience for her to be in the middle of that ring rather than on the outside.
Well, indeed. sure she'll be up for the challenge.
I'm sure.
Yeah, she'd be fit as a fiddle when she'd been a physical education teacher.
Absolutely.
I'm sure she'll have spotted the odd pony competing against as well that she'll say, oh, thought, oh, I'd like to have a go on that one day. So today may be her day.
Absolutely. So I think they're just about to gallop now, which is probably the highlight of most of the jockeys in these sections. Galloping in front of the grandstand at the Royal Welsh is a dream for many of these, so perfect picture moment.
They'll be glad that we've had a little bit of rain to soften the ground a little bit.
Absolutely. The ground looks like it's riding very, very well, so
They all seem to be enjoying themselves anyway.
they do. Plenty of cheering in the background. Not sure if you can
Plenty
hear
of
that
smiles
on
from the
there.
judges.
There's no nerves to be seen on either of them.
No, they do look like they're having a nice relaxed time.
Yeah.
And thankfully the weather is holding off, so slight drizzle, but
Probably a pleasure to ride in that. Last year I competed in the hottest day of the year, so
absolutely.
yeah, so
Last
you wouldn't want to be in a
year
wool
was-
jacket.
No, very different. I think Maggie and I had this job last year, and I think we were one of the only lucky people in the Royal Welsh to have air conditioning, so we were very grateful last year.
Yeah.
Just Sula Craven there, having a little gallop. Very consistent mare that she's got.
So we apologise if we can't see any of the numbers. We can basically see what you guys can see on the screen. So apologies if we're a bit slow catching up with numbers and names and things like that. We know a few of them by sight, but we will try and keep you as up to date as we possibly can.
You can see on the other side of the ring that they've pulled in the racehorse to riding horses.
And they'll be ridden now by Nathan. And over now in the section C's, they will usually they pull in the top 20 to have a ride, but obviously we have got 39 entries, so unfortunately they will lose a few of them. So this is usually takes a little bit of time. It's a difficult decision to.
Got a very experienced stewarding team there, so they will be in charge of the ring today.
Couldn't do it all without the stewards either. Fair play, shout out to the stewards that stand out there every day.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Without these stewards, who all do it voluntary, without people like those, unfortunately, we couldn't run shows. So they are as important as anyone else at the show. And thank you to anyone that does come to help and steward, even at the smaller shows. So they're currently looking what they're going to draw top.
When these classes are so big that they often will just pull in the top 10 in any order so that they know that they've got their preferred ones in. They may not be pulled in a particular order.
I was just about to say it must be really difficult with the amount forward to keep track, so that's probably the best way forward, isn't it?
It is very difficult. I found it judging it, you find your favourite and you find your first 5. After that you find it more difficult because you tend to find you spot the first ones, they catch your eye, so it does get difficult the further down the line you get, so that's why the walk is so important.
First impressions, isn't it?
Pulled in there we have Hillgaff Lucky Legend, ridden by Lisa Wigglesworth and owned by Louis Dennis and Miss S. Glover. I believe pulled in second there we have Rachel Cooper's Costa Joe the Boss, ridden by Amy Devane.
be an in-depth conversation going on.
Yeah,
Fair
yeah.
play. They seem to be in agreement. Fair play.
They do. It makes life much easier
Much
when you
easier.
get on
Just
with
agree, yeah.
your co-judge.
Yeah.
So if you have similar types as well. So yes, apologies. We will catch up on the names. Maggie's just trying to work out who's that unfortunately we can't quite see them at the moment. So as soon as we know the lineups, we will.
I believe in fifth there we've got Menai George, who has already got his Horse of the Year show ticket this year. He's been a very lucky catch ride this year for Beth Simons.
I was going to say you should know plenty about that one, Maggie.
Hannah has, luckily for Beth, just had a baby, so she's done a very good job of producing him, but Beth has been very lucky to catch the ride on him.
And Hannah is here today with her few-week-old baby, so she's a super mum, I would say, with the toddler and a newborn at the Royal Welsh, watching her pony sleeping in a lorry. So hats off to Hannah for that.
Definitely.
So they're still in discussion, still pulling them in. And what they will do, they will probably pull them all in and have a little walk up and down the lineup shortly, just to make sure that they haven't missed anything that might not have settled in its walk or caught their eye on the walk round. So, but it does get more difficult. I find your first few, you notice which ones you like, and it does get a little bit more difficult. So that walk, if I could give any tips to anybody out there in that ring, definitely that walk is the most important thing.
It's a nice line-up at the front there, isn't it?
It
All
is.
standing well-mannered. A couple of stallions in there as well.
Yeah, I believe in fourth we've got Cheryl McIntosh's Padcabedo Sparkling Diamond, ridden by Heidi Davis. And in sixth we've got Danielle Heathcote's Ringside Gamekeeper, ridden by Hayley Reynolds. Who herself does a lot of judging as well, so she'll know exactly where Adrian and Hilaria are or how they're feeling this morning.
Absolutely. And I think those nerves now, before she gets on her first one, I always find that the first one, again, is the most difficult to ride, because all these people have been riding all morning, working in their ponies, you're getting on that pony straight away.
Fresh off, yeah.
Yeah, it's fresh off
Yeah.
a pony you don't know, a pony that's not used to being ridden by
Ridden.
someone else in the main ring. So
Yeah, especially if this is the only show that does ride judging.
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, it's always difficult. I always thought it's always better to start at the bottom of the line and work your way up, because by the time you get to the one you like the most, you're feeling warmed up as well.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's all part of the experience of being a ride judge. But again, that's when you've got to set your pony up ready to do this.
Exactly. A lot of preparation goes in, making sure that they accept any other riders, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a big tip is your tack, your first impression when you get on a horse. When you ride it every day, you're used to those parts. But as a ride judge, it's that first impression, that saddle, making sure everything's fitting right. Me being only just over 5'1.5", I do a lot of cobs and riding horses and hacks, and a lot of the stirrups don't go short enough.
Yeah,
for
I
me,
always
which
take spare stirrups in being 6 foot. I
it's-
take some little leg stirrups in.
So, tips to everyone out there. Definitely make sure your irons go both ways when you're a ride judge, and make sure your stirrup irons are plenty big enough.
Yeah.
But there's many occasions where I've had to put a loop in the stirrup irons. So
Which never gives you quite the correct feel, does it?
no, not at all, not at all. And just making sure your reins are nice, they're not slidey. I always set my reins up on the neck. So you have your snaffle first, so it's easy for the judge to gather it up. Bring your pony forward, and obviously always be polite and wish them well.
that there was evidence of resources requiring charitable intervention on welfare grounds subsequent to their retirement from racing. And the British racing industry...
So, O'Leary's just got onto her first ride now.
...resources and the charity was established in order to address the issue and develop a coherent strategy to minimise the eventualities in the future. So dyna chi bach o hanes yr Elizabeth,
If you could remind us who this was, Maggie.
This is Helgath Lucky Legend. Number 1468.
Seems to be given a settled ride anyway.
So far.
He's a very consistent performer, in fairness to him.
And a stallion?
Yes. Yeah. I don't think he's very old. I think it's only maybe his second or third season now. But he is a consistent pony on this circuit.
So a long future ahead of him, hopefully.
Yeah,
So a
hopefully.
few more
Yeah.
Royal Welshes we'll see him at. I had a little chat to O'Leary yesterday to wish her luck before today, and we had a discussion of what type of show to do, because at the Royal Welsh they do stand the ponies quite far forward,
Yeah.
which doesn't give you a lot of room in front. Normally when you do a show you have the whole of the ring in front of you, but at the Royal Welsh it's a little bit different, and they do the confirmation in front so everyone in the grandstand can see. So you have a lot of space at the back where people can't see you, and you don't want to make it show too long because you've got a lot to ride.
Yes.
But equally you want to give them the opportunity, so we do have a big enough ring, and it's seeing how you feel as well. I think I trotted away, and I canted fairly soon because I thought we have a nice long trot along the back, along the ponies. So it's having that confidence as well to see how you're feeling, and depends how your first one goes, and that's the show you will have to follow for the rest
Yes, exactly.
of them.
That's what I would struggle with, remembering what I've just done.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
and if they're not enjoyable, then you do just bring them straight back. At the end of the day, it's safety.
Yeah.
So you've got to feel safe on them, and if you don't feel safe, then you do have to come back. Maybe the pony's not quite settled that day.
So Larry's just mounting quite a young horse now, but Amy Devane is no stranger to producing horses for other people to ride, and she always does a lovely job of it.
She does. I have to say, I've ridden a few ponies in the country, and hers are fantastic to ride. She actually won the year I rode here. The pony wasn't drawn top. I think it was drawn about third or fourth, but it did give me a fantastic ride. I can't remember his name. A dun pony he was. Menai, I believe it was a Menai pony. So yeah, Amy does do a fantastic job. So I'm sure this one will give her a lovely ride. But Maggie and I noticed on our way to the ring today, there's a lot of marks, as you might see on the floor, which might be a bit of a distraction with some young ponies. So it must be for whatever displays they have.
There's a photo, isn't there, from a couple of years ago where there's a pony clearing one of the little
jumping
chalk marks,
yeah.
giving it a fair bit of space.
So just a reminder, this is number 1467, Rachel Cooper's Costa Joe the Boss, who looks to be giving Larry a nice ride this morning.
It does. And this is a gelding by the looks of it.
Here's by Moorcroft the Master, who has been a prolific sire of Section C's.
Absolutely fabulous pony he was.
Both in the in-hand and ridden ring.
This pony looks to be going very sweetly for Larry.
It does, and she's given a little bit of a push on. It's difficult to know in this weather how far to push the ponies on in a gallop. You don't want to go crazy, especially
safety first for the pony,
absolutely, for the safety for the pony and
Yeah.
for yourself. And this ring, it's fabulous, but it is known to be a little bit slippery, and they've done such a fantastic job with the drainage over the years that sometimes if we do have a little bit of rain, it's very hard with a little bit slidey. So yeah, it's definitely worth. But it does look like it's given fabulous ride today. So.
Nice pony.
So this class is judged on a mark system as well. I believe it's a 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50.
So it will have 50 marks for its ride and 50 marks for the confirmation. So that pony will now go and do its confirmation section with Adrian Bowen.
Yeah.
So next she's getting on number 1474, Robin Jane Hadland's Garland's Flashjack.
Again, another lovely sort. And this one's the stallion.
You may note the stallion discs on the pony's bridles. So for the ridden classes, stallions must wear a disc on their bridle to denote that they are stallions for the safety of others riding around them, and for their safety.
Yeah.
Negotiating your way around a big ring with a lot of ponies is something that you have to learn over the years. So it's important to help jockeys who are maybe new into showing, or maybe have come up through the ranks from the junior classes, how to it's important to give them a bit of a helping hand in how to negotiate around ponies that they may need to be a bit more careful of.
Absolutely, especially in the lineup, you do notice everybody, if we pulling in any order, a lot do go a little bit too close, so it does indicate and it does help a little bit. And even for the stewards, when they're lining them up, it gives them an indication just to give them a little bit more space, even though 99% of them are beautifully behaved. So
Yeah, it's nice to see some stallions standing in a lineup with mares and just behaving impeccably.
Absolutely. This looks like to be giving her a nice ride as well.
Yeah, very settled ride.
Yeah.
Sweet ponies now, moving nicely, really.
She looks very relaxed on him.
Yeah, she does. She does. And again, probably her nerves are settling a little bit. Once you've done 2 or 3, you do feel a little bit more comfortable. But he looks like he's given her a nice ride.
We did just see a glimpse of Nathan Deakin riding past the cones just now, so
hopefully we'll be back onto the RORs shortly to give you an update. So just a quick morning welcome again for those that have just joined us. You're with myself, Gemma Rees, Maggie Simons, and we've got Kerry Thomas, sorry. It's far too early.
It's very early, fair play.
So unlike some years, they've obviously decided the back line that they haven't kept in have not galloped out this year. I wonder whether that's a decision made because of the weather.
That could be. And sometimes it is a little bit unsettling for the ponies that are stood in the middle, who are about to have a ride judge on.
And there's RORs up the other end of the ring, so when you're competing with one of those.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I know it's sad for the ones that unfortunately have to leave, but we all know it's part of this class.
Sure, yeah.
It used to happen years ago in a lot of classes, but with the numbers that they do have here, it's impossible to keep them all in and keep everything running to time. And some of them, as a ride judge, you wouldn't want to ride on the day. They're not settled, they're not quite ready for the class, so
So here we have 1485, Cheryl McIntosh's Pavcabedo Sparkling Diamond, exhibited today by Heidi Davis of the Popsters stud. She's taken a couple of years out of the ridden ring.
I was going to say, it's the first time I've seen her for a few years.
Since she had her little boy, I don't think she's had her ridden out, but she's back in the ring. It's nice to see her back in here. I know when we first bought a Section C, Heidi and Justin were very supportive of us and gave us a lot of help. So, nice to see them back in the ring.
Nice to see them.
Absolutely, and they started off a lovely Section C I had called River Valley Rosie Rogers, and she had a brilliant start with them. So they do a fantastic job of the riddens and the in-hands, and I'm sure they've got a very busy week ahead of them.
Surely.
Larry seems to be giving them a nice consistent ride, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
It's quite nerve-wracking when you're stood in the middle of the ring watching a ride judge ride your pony.
I was going to say, how you felt you've had a successful time in this class with your fabulous pony Jimmy.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, especially when you're the one that always competes them. Then to watch somebody else go around that ring on them, it's you just hope that they give the type of ride that the judge is hoping for.
And behave.
Yeah.
And behave.
And the
That's
judge comes
true.
back in one piece.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you know every trick in the book that they do, and you
Yeah.
just hope that they. But yeah, I do a little bit more of the riding horses and hunters, so I'm far used to it now. But
We're more used to having
but
the right
most of the
judge, yeah.
time, I would rather do a show myself than watch somebody else do one. But
I do remember one year that the ride judge had a lot longer legs than I did, and I did try to tell the steward that I didn't think that they'd put the stirrups long enough, but they were adamant. But when the judge got on, I think they had to go down 7 holes. So she was
That's
quite
not-
a lot taller.
That's a big underestimate.
so again, I think they're all pretty settled this morning. It's looking quite calm in the ring, so no clapping as of yet. I'm sure it'll get busier a little bit later when we have the ridden section D's in after these. And we'll also follow with the hunters on the furthest side of the ring where the RORs are currently. But in the background we can see Nathan giving a nice ride, but I'm sure he's doing a fantastic job. He is a top class jockey, so I'll try and get him on. So who have we got here now, Maggie?
So now we have Menai George. So I'm not sure who will be most nervous, Beth or Hannah here.
Is it George's first time here, or did he come last year?
I do believe he came last year. Yes, he did.
But yes, he's already qualified for Horse of the Year show. He qualified at one of the first qualifiers of the year, didn't he?
He did the first qualifier MPS Spring Festival.
Oh, that makes
The pressure's off
a
then.
massive. It makes the season far more enjoyable and not having to chase anything, and took the pressure off with Hannah having her baby. So
Yeah, I think they've just had a nice time going to the shows that they want to go to since then.
You can enjoy
George
them,
will
can't
actually
you?
be making an appearance in the In-Hand Ring on Thursday.
oh yes, because he is a stallion, still entire. So again, he looks like he's given a nice ride to Aderi, and she is going around the furthest part of the ring, which is always a good sign, I think, if you're using the whole ring and not cutting it off. I think if you make your show shorter, I think it shows that you're not quite as enjoying it as much. But he does look like he's given her a nice, lovely light ride.
And his ears are on. He's smiling through the bridle for her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, and she's smiling
Nice.
as well, doesn't
Yeah,
she?
she
So
seems to
looks
be
like
enjoying.
she's enjoying this one.
Yeah.
Larry is quite used to riding stallions herself. She has quite a few. And so it'll be interesting to see whether that's reflected in the marks that because they obviously carry themselves a little bit
They
differently.
do, yeah. You find them differently to ride, Maggie, than a mare.
Yeah, they definitely give a slightly different feeling in front of you. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, you still want them responsive, and a gelding and a mare can give equally as forward a ride. But yeah.
But being a stallion doesn't suit them all, and that's why we do have some fantastic geldings, and it doesn't take anything off them being a gelding either, does it?
No, and they have, well, some may say an easier life.
Absolutely. Yeah, I
yeah.
think they do. You know, they can go out with friends and have a bit
Certainly
more
easier
enjoyable
to,
life. Having a stallion is a massive commitment, even though they're very well behaved, but it is not quite as easy having a mare or a gelding. So.
And you also find it quite difficult to get livery if if you haven't got your own place. To get a stallion taken onto a yard is quite often quite a challenge.
Yeah, that's true, and I think it's important for breeders really to consider that when they're looking at selling ponies onto the ridden market.
That looked like it did give her a fabulous ride. So
This is another fairly young horse, Ringside Gamekeeper. So he is by Ringside Game Over, who is a Hoys winner himself, and out of Waxwing Keepsake, who was also very successful.
Yeah, I've met that stallion a few times. He's got a fantastic temperament as well. Passes it down the line.
Yep, the famous ringside stud for the Williams family. Just outside Cardiff. They've had a fantastic few years at the Royal Welsh. Last year they did win the Section D stallion class and the gelding class, and they were champion in reserve. Two homebred ponies with two homebred children. So yeah, dream come true for them. And they did also win used to be the Cuddy here a few years ago. They did win the Cuddy here with a fantastic Section C mare, and then went to win the overall class at Horse of the Year show. So they certainly know how to breed a pony. So fun.
Yeah, breed them and produce them.
Absolutely. So again, he looks like another stallion, so he's giving a nice ride to O'Leary.
And as we mentioned before, he's exhibited today by Hayley Reynolds, who is more than capable of producing the ponies for a ride judge.
Yeah, always does a lovely job. Her ponies do go very well.
She's also very successful showing her dogs. Oh. She had a very successful June where I think she qualified for Crofts one week and then qualified for the Price in Hand Supreme at another show with a horse, and then qualified this horse for Horse of the Year show at Lincoln.
Oh, so
she had a very successful June.
Very good.
Spending a lot of time in Birmingham then.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sure taking the dogs is probably a bit easier and a bit cheaper than taking the ponies.
My friends moved from horses to dogs, and I'm not so sure that is the case. But
Probably not.
yeah.
Probably all the grooming and...
Just same amount of travelling, just in a car, not a horse box.
Yes.
All credit to the exhibitors today, because O'Leary looks like she's having a lovely time.
She is. And obviously last minute change of judge notice. So again, it's setting up the pony for the judge as well. You take a bit of preparation between a man and a lady jockey. Obviously you've got the height differences, so if you've got your taller jockeys, then ponies like Maggie and I, they're used to our little legs, and when you have a taller jockey, it is different. And again, O'Leary's not much taller than us, so if you are taller, it's harder for the ponies to go with somebody with shorter legs. Everybody rides differently, so credit to them. They've done a fantastic job so far.
I can't see completely, but I think Nathan seems to be about halfway through riding the RORs.
So this is 1482 Karen Lamont River Valley Reuben. So again, as I mentioned earlier, I rode a River Valley pony. It's a lovely stud. Jackie. They've bred lots of fabulous Section C's over the years. So
this one actually qualified for Horse of the Year show at the Royal Welsh last year.
Oh.
So coming back to familiar ground.
And his sire is Wykin Rob Roy, so another prolific stallion there. Does look similar to his dad, which made it out of Sunod Reaney. So that was bred by Mrs. Jackie Cooper then, from the River Valley stud.
Yes, I do believe one year at Horse of the Year show, I think I was third on mine, and I was the only one out of the top 5 in the C's that wasn't by Mike and Rob Roy.
Again, it looks like it's given her a nice ride, nice and light in the hand. And everybody's different. It depends if they like to have a bit more hold or light in the hand. It's personal preference.
Petualeri is glad that the weather is as it is, to be fair.
Absolutely, it's not nice to get on and off when it's wet.
No. So I believe Richard Telford judged them, the D's last year. There was loads forward for him to ride. I think he was absolutely boiling by the end of it, yeah. He kept his jacket on for the whole time.
This is almost the perfect weather.
Yeah.
Sometimes they decide to do the confirmation part of the back line before the ride part, but they've obviously decided today to keep in order and start from the start and work through the front line before the back line.
I think that's fair, personally, from a riding side. On a day like today, if you have to take a saddle off, it's not all of them like them putting the saddle back on, and if the number's a little bit wet or a bit damp, make them a little bit backy or a bit cold. So I do think it's fair that you wait and keep the saddle on. It's safer for the ride judge, and everyone has a fair equal opportunity.
So here we have Stuart and Claire Pierce Morgan's Blind Killer Ruby, who was ridden by Ellie Pierce Morgan. This one was actually second in this class last year.
She was, I remember.
Well, this year's Royal Welsh Show, we have scheduled some educational teaching displays, maybe down in the horse ring. Today's schedule...
The first mare, I think she's ridden in this class.
It is, yep.
Is the Mounted Games Association Wales.
So this section, the Welsh Pony and Cob type, they are the only ones that the class is mixed. When we come on to the Section D class, they do have a separate class for the mares, geldings and stallions. So it was separated years ago, but I think as the numbers have gone down, it has amalgamated. So
it used to be separated by junior and senior.
Oh, is that how it was? I thought it was split. So we got a good view, as we mentioned, the black lines. You can see them a bit more clearly. We haven't had many jumping them today. Maybe the black is not as noticeable as when they sometimes paint them bright white. So, well, there we go. We're back now on Sir Nathan with the open RORs.
The Queen's Dragoon Guards with Lance Corporal and Scotland Jones. And on Thursday there will be a capital teaching display. There's some insight into the beef animal and the dairy cow. But today, of course, we look forward to seeing the United Games Association Games.
This looks like to be given a fairly settled ride for Nathan. He is a really good ride judge, though. He does get a nice tune.
Oh, he's fantastic, honestly. He judges, he's from Pembrokeshire, so down locally with us, and he is nabbed up by a lot of the local shows. And when we see him entered, we quite often will take something that needs experience, because he's not frightened to give them a kick if they're not going quite right. Honestly, I couldn't...
Yeah, he judged recently at Bridge End show, and he did a really, really good job on some of the greener horses.
He does.
And
it's difficult having a young horse. You do have to start somewhere. You don't want to put anyone in danger. You want to make sure that they're right. But equally, if horses are clever, they know when a ride judge gets on or somebody different. And if you do have that judge every now and again that will say, come on, like, we're not going back to the lineup, you are actually going today, it makes your life a lot easier as well. So he's absolutely fantastic. So if anyone ever sees his name down as a judge, don't be frightened to go under him. He's definitely worth one to go under. He's very, very good. So apologies if we can't see any of the numbers. We will try and catch up.
Being an ex-point-to-point jockey, I'm sure the legger-upper in that ring is having an easy job.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely. I've been a legger-upper a few times. Spent a few weeks in the chiropractors after that. Some people just don't know how to take a leg.
No, it's a very important job. It is a very important job. And it's nice that he's given them a nice walk to start off with as well. Letting them settle. He's taking his time with them, and
sometimes the last time a horse, like an ex-race horse, was on a bit of grass with a white rail around it, it was a race track, so they do take time sometimes to adjust.
Absolutely.
This horse just taking it all in.
It is. Not quite as settled.
Very sympathetic with it.
Hopefully we will be able to catch the number of those pulled in the top line before long for you.
Looks to have very clean limbs as well for a racehorse, didn't it?
I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
And again, I think they're not so strict if they have injuries or scars. These horses were racehorses, so often they are not racing because of injuries.
Yeah.
So they don't mark them down for anything that looks like an injury. So it doesn't affect them. But looks like it's like, to be fair, it wasn't as settled in trot, and he's taken his time with it, given it a fantastic ride around. He's
given it a fair
he
go,
is.
isn't
He
he?
is.
Fair play. Yeah.
And again, these horses, it's a different life for them. So you can't expect them just to go out and do it straight away. So a judge like this giving them the opportunity and this much confidence as well, it's good for them.
That's it. That's nice for the rider that he's given them a fair go as well.
Absolutely.
It's nothing worse than spending a lot of money entering and coming up, and then they get tense and the rider doesn't ride them. It's a lot of disappointment.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, we can't be putting our ride judges at risk either.
No, not at all.
Confirmation judge looks like she's having a lovely time there.
He's definitely the right judge for this class.
The RORs, honestly, yeah, he is very, very good. And he looks so calm and collected, doesn't he? Has a nice time.
I think the ROR class, I could be wrong, I think it's the only class that insists on the grooms wearing acceptable head wearing as well. I don't believe you're allowed a soft hat in with the RORs.
Sorry, didn't quite catch this one's number, but if we do, we will let you know.
And in the distance we can just see a Larry cantering round on Menai the Vicar.
That looks like it's giving her a nice ride too. Nathan again being very sympathetic and relaxed, one-handed, giving them a pat. So this one looks a little bit more settled than the last one.
It is nice to see Nathan taking the time to settle them.
He is.
It's a long day for Nathan as well, so giving them a walk, sometimes they get on and trot quite quickly. It was nice to see him settling them down.
The racehorses are sponsored by Tattersall, so obviously they're one of the biggest sales in the country, but they have the most amazing prizes. They have vouchers for John Lewis and Tesco's for every time you win a class, even if you're at a local show and it's a an affiliated show, they send them their prize money and prizes and coats. So it's very, very well supported, and it's very nice to see.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that they get a second life, isn't it?
And I'm sure a few of these will be doing the challenge class this afternoon, which is a working hunter class. So they do a bit of everything. So jumping, dressage, they go hunting. So and this showing series as well.
This seems more seems to be a bit more settled than the last one.
It does.
So in case we did say earlier, but just in case you're new to it, this is Nathan Deacon as the ride judge for the RORs. Nathan was born and bred in Pembrokeshire. He rode competitively through Wyn Morris. Whilst rider for Wyn, he won the Supreme Horse at the Royal Welsh in 2014 with Brechfa Brynach, produced by Wyn and then ridden by Nathan. And he started riding as an amateur jockey and riding show horses. He runs and focuses on breaking horses in Pembrokeshire, and he produces young horses really, really well. He's had numerous judging appointments, including at the Royal Welsh and the Equine Show post-COVID. And Nathan will be looking for an animal that is responsive and disciplined. Nathan ran a successful transporting company up until Brexit.
And his co-judge is Mrs. Polly Walker from Devon. Polly has a background in hunting, eventing and racing. She hunted with the Berkeley, South Dorset, the Duke of Beaufort and Wednesday, and she's had an extremely successful racing career as a champion lady jockey. Polly holds the record for the number of career wins, a highlight of reaching 300 when she won the Western Ladies Open in March 2011. Currently, Polly and her partner Ed moved to Ottery St Mary in Devon and began training pointers together, starting with around 4 horses. And after a couple of years, Polly started training under rules. So Ed took over the pointers and the yard quickly grew in size and now holds just over 30 horses. So they've had over 200 winners since they started, and also found time to get married and have 2 gorgeous children, Daisy and Bertie. She is looking for an animal that is disciplined and responsive. So we have 2 very respectable judges in this section, and I've just had a quick look at the screen, and this one looks like it's given Nathan a lovely ride, very settled. It looks very nice in its mouth.
Very settled.
Yeah.
Lovely condition as well. Well turned out.
And it looks the stronger sort. That's another thing. They do come in all different types. Obviously a thoroughbred is bred to race, but you do have more of your national hunt ones, your flat, your jumping ones, more with a bit more bone. so bigger bodied ones. So you can have anything from a middleweight hunter to a hack. So there's a massive difference, and in sizes as well. You can have from about 15 hands to
And to
huge.
22.
Yeah. So
I do believe this is number 2441, Delith Fletcher's Juvenile.
yeah, it's given a nice ride. So you will find a few of them. The more, like they show pony types, will have their pretty brow bands on, and the ones that want to be known as more of a hunter type will have the plain brow band on. So that's why you might see some with and without different brow bands.
This looks like it's given Nathan a lovely ride.
It has, yeah. And on the far end of the ring we have the Section C's, the ridden Section C class at the moment, with our two judges, O'Leary, Marshall Say Jenkins and Adrian Bowen. So as I mentioned earlier, this one has got a plain brow band on, so more of a hunter type, and it's number 2451.
That's Leanne Needham's Bull 5.
It's a very strong type, isn't it?
Yeah. A lot bigger than the last.
Yeah. Definitely would be more of a hunter, isn't it, which is like indicated in the brow band.
I think it's nice to see that with the rise of the ROR classes that these horses have actually been transformed into other classes as well. I think a lot of people are now exhibiting them as riding horses or as hunters as well.
Yeah, riding horses.
Which is great to see.
Yes, definitely. We've had a few ourselves, and they're fantastic animals, and they deserve a second chance.
I've just looked at our notes, and it says between 3,500 and 4,000 racehorses leave the industry each year, so that is a lot of horses to rehome, so it's nice to see them having a second life.
They seem to be growing in popularity as well. You know, it used to be that people would avoid thoroughbreds due to perhaps being a bit more thin-skinned or needing a bit more TLC, but now they seem to be back to popularity. When I was growing up, it was the ultimate to have a thoroughbred, and then they seemed to lose a bit of popularity, and now they're back where they should be.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our judge was in
This rider is very sympathetic.
Yeah, he just sadly doesn't look quite as settled in his canter as it does in its trot work. So, but it's a very buzzy environment. As you can see, it's starting to get busier along the walkways now. In an hour or so, I'm sure those walkways will be full. And in front of us, which you can't see, we've got a big grandstand, which is that go up and down, and people up and down the steps, so it's quite a lot for them to see. And we've got the loudspeaker, so it is very unsettling for them.
Well, there we are. Let's get the ball rolling here at this year's Royal Welsh.
It's a difficult one as well, because this horse has obviously been fed really well and really well looked after, and is feeling very well in itself. So it's a difficult combination then to get them really well mannered as well. And it's looking outstanding.
He looks very happy with himself.
Yeah.
Oh, he does. Yeah, he's done a fantastic job.
Yeah.
So sympathetic. He's given them equal opportunity. He's done a very, very good job. So highly recommend anyone that's on any panels to try and snap him up and try and encourage him. I have tried my best. So he'd be very good on the hunter panel, I think.
Definitely, you'd love to see him riding the hunters, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah.
He rode the hunters at Bridgend, and he did do an outstanding
He does.
job.
He's very, very good. So they're two judges now, Nathan Deakin and
Holly Walker.
Holly Walker having a discussion over it, so they'll compare notes now, and
in comparison to the section C's, which is points, I think the judges would need to agree.
Yes,
Yeah.
it will. Yeah, I think they can do point system if they require, but I know for a lot of the bigger shows like Horse of the Year show and Royal International, and for those qualifiers, they do have a mark system, and I think it's the judge's preference on the day if it's a non-qualifier, but it's quite nice to do the old way and have a good discussion. When I do ride judge without marks, I do try and have marks myself, just to remember, especially if you've got a bigger class.
Yeah, if you're riding 20, isn't it? You need
Absolutely,
something.
yeah. I went to Australia and they don't have any mark system at all. Had an amazing opportunity last year. Each class had nearly 30 or 40 ponies. And it was hard to remember, so I did bring my own point system, just for me to remember myself. So they're doing their final walk round now.
Victoria Bertarelli now from Bridgend riding out number 2437.
Second at the moment we've got 2452. That's Pembrokeshire based Alice. Alice Reese. I was going to say Lewis. She was a Lewis. She's a Reese. I should remember that.
244 is Helena Hima from Llangadog, I believe.
And then we've got 2442, which is Robert Gammon's Fab Vinny. So we do know a few of them by sight. So thankfully, Kerry spots a few of the locals. And a fantastic turnout. There were 18 catalogue entries, and it looks like the two judges are still having a...
I can see a name in the catalogue is Jane Goff Roberts, who I can't see in the class at the moment, but I know she does the Interhunt relay every year. I've known the name, so I don't know whether it's on this horse. So would be extremely talented to do both.
Probably does do both. They seem to do a bit of everything, don't they? Which again is great to see. And it looks like they're both getting on well, which is fantastic. So just a quick welcome to anyone that's new, not been watching since 8 o'clock this morning. You've got myself, Gemma Reese. Next to me I've got Maggie Simons and Kerry Thomas. So we're all just having a look at the final lineup of the Tattersalls ROR Open Ridden Show Series Class 369 on this dry morning, thankfully now, at the 2023 Royal Welsh.
The two judges have finished judging, and they're now deliberating between them, seeing if they can come to an agreement.
Stewart eagerly awaiting the nod of who to pull in there.
She is. And this is the difference now with the new mark systems. Well, not new, but the mark systems they have. You normally just stood in a line, so you don't often get to do a final walk round, which used to be the be-all and end-all years and years ago.
Your last chance to show them.
Absolutely. You could win a class and lose a class on this final walk round, which you have lost in the old mark system, but it's nice to see now that these two are having a good discussion of which ones that they do like. So
I'm sure the competitors' nerves will be twirling around.
So in front of us we've got Alice Reese, and she is number 2452, and that's Swago. Is it Swago?
That's what I'd have gone for.
At home he's called the Swag Man. So that's what we'll go with. She'll be happy we're calling him the Swagman. So Alice doesn't live far from me, and he is a family horse that does a bit of everything. He was down the beach last week. She doesn't have a sand school at home, so she took him to our local beach in Broadhaven to give him a schooling session before here.
Perfect.
Took him out to the sea. She's got 2 young children, so they're always around him. So he's a proper family horse, does a bit of everything, and I'm sure this weekend he'll be at our local village show, Clarbston Road, as they've got a London International qualifier for the RORs. So fingers crossed she might do well there, which would be great. So
I always like to see people taking a horse for a schooling session on a beach or in the fields. Too much in the menage sometimes doesn't.
We're very lucky where we live, don't we, Maggie? We're always down the beach. For all different reasons, really, haven't we? I used to take my old hunter Banjo, basically because he was older, and going in the seawater was fantastic for his legs and his limbs, and without doing too much hard work, but still getting fit. And Maggie quite often used him to help bring her youngsters along. So I was always the guard between the wave and Maggie, and
it's always a great pre-wash for a grey pony.
Absolutely,
Definitely,
they
yeah.
come out
Yeah.
so white. So
Gets rid of all kinds of stains.
yeah, we've had a few experiences on the beach, nearly landing in the sea a few times. So yeah, we're a big, strong believer of going down the beach, aren't we? So we're very lucky in Pembrokeshire. So it looks like they've got
Looks like they've chosen someone. but we can't quite see
Fortunately,
who.
can't see them. So as soon as we know, we will update you. So these 2 judges will go along later this afternoon now to judge the Racehorse Challenge class, which
Looks
is the
like
working.
Victoria Bertorelli's been pulled first.
And this is, he was our winner last year as well, so a very prolific. They show him as a hunter sort because he's a bigger, stronger type. So yeah, congratulations to them. And his name is Cathar. We had this discussion last week.
I can never pronounce it.
No.
And I've forgotten his pet name, so.
And his sire is Turtle Island, and his dam was Money for Buttons, and he was born in 2009, so makes him a 14-year-old. So it'd be fantastic for a local family now, Welsh family, to win this 2 years in a row.
Yeah, and he's done he's had a good life. He's raced, then he hunted hounds down in Pembroke, I believe. So he's done a fair bit of work, and he's still clean-limbed.
Yeah,
and
a lot of bone,
sound.
isn't he?
Yeah, loads
a lot
of bone. Yeah,
lovely front. Yeah, he looks nice to sit on, doesn't he? He's got a lovely shoulder in front, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think he's the envy of most people when you see him being ridden. Yeah.
So I'm sure of the second, we will update you as soon as we can see.
Second looks to be Helena Hamer, from what I can see, but I can't confirm. Can't see the number. Yes, it is Helena.
And if that is Helena, that's Little Brian, a 13-year-old, breeder Timothy Corcoran. His sire is Cut Up, and his dam would be Great Force. They are taking their time, which is lovely to see. So our 2 judges, we've got Mrs. Polly Walker from Devon and Mr. Nathan Deacon from Pembrokeshire. Third I can see is Alice Rees with the Swagman, as we know him at home, or Sawago. His sire is Goldaway, and his dam is Macquarie. And on the far end of the ring we have the Section C's, who probably won't be far away from their conclusion as well. And as we can see in the background, we've got the collecting ring. We'll have the hunters ready to come in. And we've also got the section D, the geldings.
Yeah, that's right. Interestingly, it is allowed for these racehorses to have a neck strap, which is not allowed in any other showing class.
No, I've noticed a couple of them having neck straps, so again, that's quite nice for the ride judge as well. And
Nice for the ride judge on one of these, yeah.
Absolutely.
Being such a tall and athletic driver, she'd be able to feature a lot of the shoulder, because a lot of these she could go very narrow with the shoulder because of
So there we go, I think we've got the final lineup. So they have moved things around a little bit, which again is nice to see. So anything that's gone well has obviously been rewarded, which is the way it should be. So we've got our winners, hopefully. They'll have their final look up and down the lineup. And again, they've got to stand to accept their rosettes. And the first three looking very settled.
Little Brian's even resting a foot. Looks like he's having a little snooze.
There we go. So again, they have a rosette from the Royal Welsh, and Tattersalls do provide their own rosettes as well. So they do have fantastic rosettes for the series. So looks like they are about to present our winner, which is number 2437. So congratulations to Victoria Bircherelli and Anne Cathwa. And the winners of the Tattersalls Open Ridden Show Series.
This is my Jones Griffiths, memory related to Norman Griffiths, which is covering the payment for the section and sponsoring this competition. So
it's really nice for the sponsors to come in and be able to present the prizes as well.
Yeah, and looking very smart. And I believe this will take them through to a championship later on this afternoon between the two classes.
Is it between this and the ROR Challenge, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
I wouldn't be surprised if Victoria's doing the ROR Challenge as well. I know that she will jump this, yeah.
She is. She's entered in the class, so she probably will be doing that one as well. So hopefully he'll stand now. Fill in with some polos. There we go. And again, you probably can't quite see, but there is a huge grandstand in front of
flapping chairs and children.
That's probably why it's slightly more unsettled and a bit more cheering. So they're currently presenting now our winner, which is Victoria Bircherelli, number 2437, and Anne Cathwa. A lovely sort. Second year in a row. And they always know when the quite right time to go to the toilet, don't they? Bless him.
Which it might be
probably why he was a bit
fidgety,
unsettled.
because he's normally it stands like a rock, to be fair.
And second, we were right, it was Helena Hamer. And that's number 2444, Little Brian. So congratulations to them, and also Alice Rees and Sawago are now being presented with the third place. So
I think this horse was with them in racing as well. I think they retained it after racing.
There's the Swagman looking very happy with himself. I'm sure Alice will be delighted with that third, and I know she'll be doing the working hunter class again this afternoon. So.
It's obvious to see that Polly is quite at home with the horses.
She is, isn't she? It looks like they've had a lovely morning, Nathan and Polly. They've done a fantastic job.
2449, Katie Llewellyn with Polly Damas.
Enormous size,
I believe it's Katie Llewellyn from, I think, the Vale of Morgan area, with Polly Damas that's in fourth.
And the fifth place is 2441, Dennis Fletcher with Juvenile.
And I just heard them say that 2441 Dydd Fletcher and Juvenile, so I'd assume they might be the fifth.
Yes. Yes.
That one did look to give Nathan a very nice ride.
Yeah, it did. Actually, it has come up a bit, hasn't it?
It has come up.
Yeah, it has.
Up the line.
It did. So that's nice to see they're rewarding them for...
I do believe this horse that's won has had an eye injury, has it
He
not?
has, I think so.
He's
Yeah,
lost
he's only
an
got
eye.
one eye, isn't he?
Yeah, he had
So-
problems with the eye, and I think I believe they tried to say, or were advised to operate, but with very slim chance of recovery. So I know Victoria just had the eye removed, and it's caused absolutely no problems to his life or his career at all.
It's amazing, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. It is fantastic.
Yeah, I think he's accepted it really well.
Yeah, and fair play to him to behave the way he does with only one eye, and you can't even tell really, can you?
No, and that's it. It's the same jump in as well, so
Yeah,
it
which is
doesn't affect him. As
amazing.
well, which
Amazing.
is even more testament to the fact that he's been given a second chance, after racing and
And
overcome
again.
that.
Yeah, yeah. So, and good for the Bircherelli family to keep him going and not worry about the eye for showing.
Yeah.
It hasn't affected him, so yeah, they must be delighted now. 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Such a lovely girl as well.
You can see our photographers there in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, very important to get that famous Royal Welsh photo, and you may see some of them with there's a big banner behind. You can see it's just behind the horse now, and that's where those famous Royal Welsh pictures are taken in front of there.
The girls at First Class Images take some lovely photos, and
They
they will
do.
be working hard all week.
Yes, yeah, very busy job.
I'm sure we will head over to the Welsh Section C's once they've
Eagerly
lined up.
awaiting, yes. They're probably not far off their conclusion as well now, so.
Big smiles there from Victoria.
Yeah, she'll be over the moon.
And again, very clean
Yeah,
limbed,
very
isn't
clean,
he?
Yeah.
Lovely front on him.
He's obviously a very careful racehorse, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be going to their lap of honour now. So congratulations to Victoria Bircherelli and Anne Cathbar, 2 years in a row winning with number 2437. So that's the results of the Open ROR Ridden Show Series. Congratulations.
And I think we can just see Eleri coming back into lineup on either the last or the penultimate ride.
Fantastic, perfect timing.
Next in this ring, I think we'll have the Small Hunters.
I think it's the 4-year-old. Double check for you now.
I think it's the Smalls and then the 4-year-olds.
It is, I apologise. And our two judges for the Hunters that will be coming in are...
Victoria having a lovely lap of honour there.
She is. So our next judges for the Hunter sections will be Miss Leslie Whitehall from Aylesbury and Mr John Keane from Monmouthshire. So hopefully we'll be going over to the Section C final part of that class now. And there we go, we can see Victoria standing in front of the famous banner now. It's just whether to get him settled now or not.
It's a difficult balance when you've got another class to go.
Yes, it is. So I think she's going to be grabbed from the S4C team to have a little chat after her class, which is lovely. There's not many shows in the country that has the coverage like this. So I want to thank the S4C for giving such fantastic coverage, both on the S4C channel, on the live stream, on Facebook. So as we can see now, we've got Hannah Parr giving interview to Victoria to see how she feels after winning that class for 2 years in a row. So as we can see now, we've got the small hunters going into the ring, but hopefully we can go back to the Welsh section C, see the final results of that.
Judges just checking the marks. And having a quick drink.
Yeah, so we'll have a quick introduction again for those who are just joining in on us. Myself, Gemma Rees, we've got Maggie Simons and Kerry Thomas, and we're just looking at the final part of the Section C class. 39 pre-entries. It looks like there's probably about 20 being left behind, which have all been ridden now. Confirmation is done, so it's up to the stewards now to make sure all those marks are correct. 50 for ride and 50 for confirmation, so it'll be interesting now to see what will come forward. So we've got Adrian Bowen do the confirmation side from the Glencork stud, and we have O'Leary, Marshall Say Jenkins doing the ridden section. And I know her mum Mary is sat at home watching, wishing she was here, but unfortunately had a knee operation a couple of days ago, so wishing Mary all the best and hope you've enjoyed watching this morning. A little bit background on O'Leary. I spoke to her this week and she gave me a little bit. She said that she's been riding ponies for as long as she remembers. Mum has always been a massive influence with her ponies and has lived and breathed horses since she was a little girl. She started showing at the age of 4 in a Section A lead rein on Western Finesse. She wasn't the easiest, but it made her more determined. Following this, they had show ponies for many years, where their mum and dad bred Section Bs since she was a child and always wanted to ride one. They gave it all up so that Nia could keep riding, and Mum finally gave in when she was 16 and she rode her first Section B, Moyle Grove Mardi Gras, that was kindly lent to them by Pippa Kirby. She then had Morgana Marathon, which took her to Horse of the Year show for the first time on 3 occasions, and then was Best of Breed at Olympia. Also won the ridden section, ridden supreme at the International Welsh Pony and Cob Society in Belgium. And then since then they've had A's, B's, C's and D's, and she's had ponies ridden from Frenarth, Menai, Moyle Grove, Nebo to Gundon, Courtway, Henyath, to name a few. So Illyri has had plenty of fantastic ponies over the years. She's ridden Cobs in the main ring, and also won in 2018 where she picked up a last minute ride from Zara Owen. She was in the car park, got grabbed quickly, thrown on a pony, and ended up being overall reserve ridden Cob. So
that was Llanaf Fair Lady, wasn't it?
Yeah, I haven't got the name of it, but yeah, it must
Llanaf
be.
Fair Lady.
There we go. So she's on the Welsh Pony Ridden Section B panels, Part Bred, BSPS Heritage, TSR, which she's a ride judge for. She's judged at many county shows across the country, and she judged the Section Bs at the Winter Fair here at the Royal Welsh last year. So she's currently a PE teacher in school and has a little boy, Tommy Jack, who has now decided he's very keen on ponies. So Larry said she might have to hang up her boots soon and do some more running in lead rein sections. So
I'm sure she'll be more pleased about that than her farmer husband.
Absolutely, who is currently in the ring showing his Welsh blacks. They started at 9 o'clock today, so normally she said she misses watching him because she's riding in the ring. This year she's missing for judging in the ring, so a nice change for him. So I think she'll be running from here up to the Welsh back section to grab her son Tommy Jack. So I know they were struggling with childcare a little bit today, so yeah, she'll be going from one to the other. So good luck to the family. And then we have Adrian from the Glencoe stud. I don't know if you want to mention a bit about him, Mags.
They're based in West Carmarthenshire, and they have bred A's, C's and D's since 1989. Adrian's mum, Jan Pierce, is well known within the Welsh Pony and Cob circuit, but Adrian works for Meadow Quality, and he has had many successes at the Royal Welsh himself. With Glencoe Hyfryd in 2007, he was Supreme Champion in hand. Runcullen Princess in 2016, she was female champion in the Cob section and reserved for the Prince of Wales Cup. And then we have Glencoe Peter Pan, who won the Welsh Mountain Pony driving. So he's no stranger to this ring either.
Two very, very respectable judges, and nice to see local judges as well. So I know for us Welsh, it's a massive honour to be in the middle of that ring. It's an honour to ride around the ring, but to judge it, it is yeah, massive honour. Dream come true, I think. So I know Illyri's had to drop all of her rides this week to do this last minute, so yeah, nice change for her.
It's once in a lifetime, I suppose, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You've got to get in this.
Yep.
For the Welsh breeds, this is the show to win that judge act, isn't it?
This is the Horse of the Year show for the Welsh breeds.
And these pair of judges have competed against each other for many years.
I believe they did young handlers against each other
That's
when they
right.
were. So they've been in this ring together since they were
Very
tiny.
young.
Yeah.
You see, Adrian has a very smart tie on today.
So there's a lovely picture there of the Section C. So I think this one is on a mark system, unlike the RORs. So the stewards will pull them forward by their numbers now.
Along the line there, when he's gone and lined up, I was thinking the difference is there. Obviously age would have something to do with it, but
It would be interesting to see how they both scored.
Yeah, and it looks
Maybe
like the
interesting.
first one's come forward.
So that is Hilgarth Lucky Legend. And staying in second, we've got Costa Joe the Boss.
well, it's quite nice to see that the judge will actually see that.
Moving up to third, we have Ringside Gamekeeper. And moving up to fourth, we've got Pat Cabedu Sparkling Diamond. Fifth, we have Garland's Flash Jack. And sixth, Menai George.
Over in the far side, the small hunters seem look like they're extending.
In seventh, it looks like we have Blanca La Ruby. and Rencullen, River Valley Rubin coming in there.
They do have a champion rosette, so the first and second are awarded as champion and reserve as well. So just in case you're wondering why they've already got a champion rosette, but as it's an amalgamated section, they will be awarded the champion and reserve.
And the second place goes to Richard Cooper. Number 147 with Costa Joe the Boss. In third place, we have number 1481.
I'm sure Amy will be delighted with that second place.
Yes, that's only a young pony, isn't it?
Yes, very young.
Sarah McIntosh, Tap the Baby Sparkling Diamond. Fifth rosette goes awarded to number 1474, Robin Jane Hatland, Darling Splashback. And the sixth place goes to number 1483, Sarah O'Hanley and Turner Roman George. Really grateful to our sponsors, CLA Company, the representative down here with us today.
So although the sponsors will hand out the prizes, I think the judges quite like to go and congratulate their prize winners themselves as well. It's an honour to judge, and then it's an honour to be able to congratulate those that you chose.
Absolutely, and it's always nice to give them some nice feedback as well.
Yeah, feedback, yeah, a lot of people
Absolutely.
will want that.
Especially if you've dropped a pony, it's always nice to know or tell them why you have, so give them the reasonings. Lovely lineup of ponies there, all very similar sorts.
Yes.
Yeah, they've been very consistent. And
It's a lovely class for them to have judged.
Yeah, very, very nice class. And the weather's held off. Been very, very lucky.
And our winner looks delighted with himself
He
there.
does.
He has travelled down from the north of England, so it's been worth the journey.
Absolutely. Yeah, the first three have travelled fairly far, haven't they? So it's nice to see people travelling for a non-qualifier. That's how important this show is, and
to the Welsh breeds, I think it is. I think most of them would rather win here, wouldn't they?
absolutely. Which did you prefer winning here, Maggie, or Horse of the Year show on Jimmy? Tough one.
That is a tough one.
That's the conclusion of our Class 136, the Welsh Pony of Cobb Type, the Section C Risen. Congratulations. So that's the conclusion of the Section C's. Nice to see them do their gallop in front of the grandstand for their famous Royal Welsh picture, which will, I'm sure, go on pride and praise on the wall when they go home this week. So well done to the connections with that winner. Hopefully we'll now go over to the ridden hunters, which will be class 150, the small hunter, 4 years old and over. There are 12 catalogue entries, so we'll see how many is forward. And again, this is quite a busy ring for these hunters to go in next to these Welsh cobs. So the Welsh cobs geldings will be coming into the ring. With our hunters then, we have Miss Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John Keane judging. Leslie, I spoke to her yesterday, had a bit of a catch up to see how she was feeling about judging here. She is a very renowned judge. She's judged all over the country. She's a beef and sheep farmer, and they have over 2,000 cattle, and she said she wasn't even sure how many sheep they have, so I would say quite a few. So she's a very busy lady with her husband sorting out the farm. She got into ponies when she was about 2. Her dad was a builder, and her mum was the introduction into ponies. And for their summer holidays, they never went on holiday abroad, but they went up and down the country in their lorry, where she's had very successful 12-2, 13-2 ponies. Her 12-2 pony was a Crowell, I think she's a Crowell pony, which is a Welsh pony, bred in Wales. So that's what they did as a family for years and years, and had a fantastic childhood doing that. She then worked at Weatherby's, and then with Nigel Oliver over 30 years ago they started a yard together where they had hunters and did very well. She had a very famous, I think it was called Shabu River King, which was the ladies hunter that she was second at Horse of the Year show on. She said she's judged for over 30 years. She's judged the hacks, the cobs, the riding horses, all at Horse of the Year show. But this is her first time judging at the Royal Welsh, so she's had plenty of experience. She's judged in the Grand Nationals in Sydney, which I did a couple of years ago, and she's also judged in Johannesburg, where she did the Horse of the Year show last year. So yeah, she's got plenty of experience. Lovely lady when I spoke to her, and she's actually coming down to judge at Pembroke County. So yeah, it'd be nice to see her again. And she's got one, I can see 8 or 9 forward in the small hunter class. So,
yes, Gemma, she's a really, really nice judge, and when you're in the ring with her, she really does engage with you and put you at ease, and she always gives them a really, really nice ride.
Yep. So here she is now. I think she's ridden a few already. She's getting on with it. And her co-judge then is Mr. John Keane, who has had the most amazing career. Him and his wife Vicky, they've done a lot of showing over the years, doing the hacks. They've got a stud in Usk, the Absolute Stud, where they breed a few ponies a year. Currently one of the ponies they bred qualified at the TSR last week in the 14-2 show pony, or part bred's one of them, and that one is a previous Horse of the Year show winner. So they are now based in Usk, and I think years ago when we did have the hack classes here, they said that they'd won 4 or 5 times. They were champion hack here on each occasion. They had an amazing horse called Absolutely Fabulous, and the Marquess of Queensbury, which I remember. John was in the European champion eventing team. They didn't tell me how long ago, they said a very long time ago, and show jumped to a very, very high standard, where he show jumped here, and they said that they were very successful with a horse called Careful. He still farms and manages the studs, which they've got in Abergavenny, so not far away, and they said with the house that they bought recently, a very, very famous racehorse was bred there called the Pile Driver, which you've probably all heard of, which won the King George, and that was foaled at their house, so that's their claim to fame with their new house. But again, two fantastic judges here. We're very, very lucky to have them. And as we can see, Leslie's just given a lovely ride to one of the competitors.
She's just ridden 1601. I believe it's a horse owned by Malvina Ann Jones, called Bailey's Brother. I believe that's down in Pembroke.
Yes, by the look of it.
It's ridden by Shelley.
Yeah. And Shelley does a lot of teaching, and she's fantastic with our local pony club. She's brilliant with the kids and encourages them. Her own daughter, I think, does a lot of dressage. So yeah, they're very close there. She actually lives between myself and Maggie. We're right in the middle. So yeah, very successful.
First in the lineup there looks to be Our Latif. I believe he's first. Our Latif was bred also down in West Wales, and I believe won here.
He was, yeah, he was supreme here a few years ago. So I took him to his first ever show. He is originally found by Ron and Debbie Thomas. He was, before that, I believe he won here in hand with Rebecca Lamb and the Penn Strumbly stud. So he's had a fantastic career. He's still not even very old. He won here doing the Welsh Park Breds. Then started a ridden career. I took him to his first show, and it was like he'd done it the whole of his life. He was absolutely brilliant. He then was sold, did a season with somebody, and then the Thomas family from Swansea bought him and showed him as a 15-hand show hunter pony, where he was champion at Horse of the Year show. So he has been a fantastic pony for them. He was supreme here. He now, since they were champion at Horse of the Year show, Tory is out of that class, and obviously they didn't want to sell him, so he started off doing a bit of dressage. But what he does now is show jumping. He show jumps every single weekend, and they've only come here for a bit of fun, and looks like they've done pretty well. He hasn't lost it at all. So yeah, this is a horse that's got a lovely home life and does a bit of everything, which is lovely to see. He's
stabled at my friend's for a while, and he really is a really nice chap.
He is.
Leslie's just ridden Mississippi here, again down in West Wales, bred by Delith. Delith Thomas. It's produced and ridden by Natalie Sparks. And it was produced and handled and shown as a yearling by Ashley Davis.
There we've got John. I'm sure he'll have a very keen eye. He also judged the Supreme here. I believe it was about 2019 when the 2018-20 when the Amesbury lead rein with Charlotte Prosser won. John judged the Ridden Supreme that day as well, so he certainly knows his stuff.
Leslie's just mounting Catherine Roberts' Carnsdale Huntsman. That's number 1606.
Yeah, he's been another fantastic horse over the year, also known as Basil. He does the veterans. He was champion veteran here, I believe, at the spring show. Catherine's got two little children as well, so I know she juggles farm life at home and the two children and Basil. So, and I think she's doing a lot of lead rein these days with her little girl as well.
Cairnsdale, a name you see a lot in the hunter class, isn't it?
Yes, Shelley Argyle is Cairnsdale, isn't she? And she has got a fantastic eye. You'll see many Cairnsdale horses. I think she goes all over the country and Ireland looking for them, and she really, really does have a fantastic eye. Catherine said she hasn't won here yet, this class on him. He's been second a fair few times. Hasn't quite won yet.
Bless him, he's having to deal with a lot with an enormous class of Welsh cob geldings
fair
next
play,
door.
Fair play. He's always calm and cool and collected, so I'm sure he will give a lovely ride actually. But yeah, that looks like a big class of geldings next door. And he does look like he's given a nice ride. Fair play, he has to be very mannerly with all of those cobs next to him. No fence in between, just cones. So, fair play to him.
Seen a few escapees over the time who are coming in.
I was one of those a few years ago. It does get difficult when you've got the two rings at the same time. They do get sharper and sharper, unfortunately. And you'll probably hear in a minute when the cobs start galloping, the cheering will start.
Screaming and moving.
There you go, Basil has given a lovely ride. She seems very happy with him, lots of pats.
Size difference in some of these sheep?
I was talking to Vicky Keane yesterday, and she said that they've got a very busy week, or a very busy year, sorry, judging. They're judging the Hunter Championships at Addington for 2 days, or 2 or 3 days, and then coming down to Pembrokeshire. So they're doing very well to go up and down the country and do all these judging appointments. But it sounds like they absolutely still thoroughly enjoy it.
Yeah, I think with judging you either love it or you really don't. I mean, it wouldn't be for me, but some people seem to really, really enjoy it and do a brilliant job of it as well.
So the judge has just mounted 1600, which is last orders, who interestingly is also a Welsh partbred.
This is an 8-year-old, so it's nice to see him still with all his dapples, still at 8 years old.
I wasn't fortunate with my grey to retain dapples. He was completely, well, white by the time he was 6.
I know, some retain them and some don't they?
So this one was bred in Pembrokeshire as well, and but is exhibited by Yola Evans.
The Welsh partbreds are definitely doing very well. So as we've mentioned, they're galloping. So as you can hear in the background, they are galloping. So the Welsh partbreds are probably, I had to look at the figures of the entries over the last few years. And in 2014, there were 91 Welsh partbreds entered, creeped up to 132 in 2018, and we're 89 this year, so not a massive downfall, which we see in a lot of entries. So it's nice to see that Welsh partbreds, and I think having the Horse of the Year show qualifier has definitely helped it. It's given people like myself the ability to ride ponies that I'm too old for, but still can fit onto it. So it's nice that they have those classes. So
really unfortunate for this little horse that clapping has just unsettled him.
Yeah.
It's great fun for the crowd to clap and cheer, but sometimes it doesn't do the horses any favour.
And the Welsh cobs are noisy on their feet. They're not the lightest, so you
can
can
feel the ground
hear
shaking
them.
when you're
You
down there,
can.
can't you? Yeah.
But Leslie's still smiling and giving it a big pat. So
She wouldn't have been. She wouldn't have been.
Oh
phased
no,
by that.
she wouldn't.
No, she was very sympathetic in fairness. Very sympathetic.
And no doubt is reassuring the rider as she's going back.
Absolutely, it didn't do anything horrendous. Just very unfortunate timing, but you take those sort of things into consideration when you're judging anyway. So he looks settled now anyway.
There's a lot of bathing being going on with that grey.
I have. There are a few greys in the background now.
So here we have 1604, which is Mary with Carabown Diamond Lass. Carabone.
I believe this lady also does side saddle with this horse.
Yeah, that class is tomorrow, so she might be having a little practice in this ring, ready for tomorrow. That's what I did with Banjo a few years ago. I entered this class, even at his old age, he could be a little bit sharp, so I thought I'd have a little run at the small hunter class the day before, because the side saddle class, they have the whole ring, which is fantastic. But again, they need to be quiet and well behaved, and I entered the class, just thought, let him have a look around, he'll be a bit more tired. And he won, which was the biggest shock of my life.
I don't think anybody
I never expected to qualify him for Horse of the Year show at 18 years old. And yeah, I think I cried more doing that than I did winning Horse of the Year show years before. So
just had a quick look there, and we could see that pulled in top in the Welsh Cob geldings is Ringside Zorba.
Well spotted. So yeah, it's nice. These small hunters do very well side saddle. They're a nice size to do it. I know they like a middleweight, but it looks like it's very mannerly. You can tell it would give a lovely ride side saddle.
Yeah.
So very light and mannerly and calm.
Unfortunately, I think she'll be having a wash again tonight.
So, yeah,
if she's competing
unfortunately,
you can't get away with it.
With the side saddle, you are judged on your appearance rather than the horse. So,
Gemma and Kerry, you may know a bit more about this than me, but the small hunters are obviously a bit more varied in type than your lights, your middles, and your heavies. Obviously, have their own weight section. So the small hunters are a bit more mixed.
They are.
Do the judges seem to have a preference at all?
Well, it should be a shrunk down middleweight is the ideal description of them. So no bigger than 15.2, and yeah, a shrunk down middleweight would be the ideal, perfect stamp.
Yeah, I think they've gone lighter in type over the last few years. I noticed in the classes with Banjo, he's a very, very strong sort. He was out of a thoroughbred, and his mum was an Irish draft. So you will find a lot of these will be a draft, especially seeing the greys. Most of them will be either full drafts or half drafts. Seems to be a good mix, but there are a lot more blood types coming through now, which seem to be quite fashionable. It does change a little bit, but personal preference. And again, you'll find out what your judge likes, and you tend to go with which sort you've got and what they would like. But
it's difference of opinions. So Claire Oliver, who's top show producer, has got a small hunter that I think is absolutely out of this world, and a lot of people think it's strong, so it swings and roundabouts, but to me that's the perfect
hunter.
And Banjo was the perfect
strong
stamp.
Sort. Lots of bone and I agree. I like the older fashioned stronger sorts. So
myself too.
Would you say the small hunter is a bit of a step into the horses?
Absolutely.
A lot of people will come from ponies, so maybe a more sensible draft influence is a nicer, easier way in.
If you've come from the BSPS sections, you've got an intermediate show hunter, which will easily go into a small hunter. So it does give you that step up. It's a very, very different class to the show ponies.
Yes, definitely.
They do go a little bit differently. I find it very well mannered classes. They will all stop and let you canter. No one will overtake each other. It's a lovely, lovely class to go in. The hunters are. So yeah, definitely worth getting a small hunter before you step up to the lightweights and the middleweights, because they do get a lot taller.
And they definitely, small hunters tend to stay a bit sounder as well. I'd be an advocate of staying a bit shorter on the horse and keeping it sounder for longer, rather than buying something 17 hands plus that's quite often likely to break. So I think they're an ideal stamp of horse.
Yeah, and you can do lots of different things with them as well. You've got your small hunters, you can go into your side saddle. They're very, very versatile sorts. That looked nice. It gave her a nice settled ride as well.
She's given them all a lovely ride, to be fair. She always smiles when she comes back, which
She
is
is,
encouraging.
yeah.
It's lovely for the riders on the ground.
Yes.
There's nothing more unnerving than seeing them come back with a very serious face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next, she's about to ride Penrhyw Henrietta, owned and bred by Celia Thomas, from up in Nelson Way. Lovely lady. That's where I bought my horse off her. She's a really nice lady. Runs an organic farm, beef, I believe.
And 4 greys.
Of course, it's got a lovely forward, purposeful walk.
It has.
Just soaking up the atmosphere a little, maybe.
Yeah. Not quite as settled as the other ones. There's a lovely lineup of Section D geldings in the background. We'll get to those when we can, but looks like a fantastic class in the back there.
It does indeed.
It's settled a bit now in canter. So these horses are more used to having a ride judge, unlike the cobs that are coming up next. Every show they go to, they do get ridden by a ride judge, and so they are a little bit more set up and a little bit more used to it.
This horse, Celia being the secretary of the Gethley Guide Hunt, I think this horse would be worked all winter as well, you know, so it's having an education, I believe, so.
Good morning. If you're just joining us, we are watching currently the small hunters in one side of the main ring, and the ridden Welsh cob geldings in the other side of the main ring. So I'm Maggie Simons here this morning with you, with Gemma Rees and Kerry Thomas.
And I think we're just coming to the conclusion of the small hunter, which is class 150. With our 2 judges, Miss Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John Keane. There were 12 catalogue entries, and now we've popped over to the Section Ds,
where there were 44 entries.
Fantastic to see.
So our ride judge, Leon King, is going to have his work cut out this morning. He's got 3 big classes to judge. I hope he's had his Weetabix.
And pulled in top, we've got 1538, which is Ringside Zorbra, owned by the Ringside Stud and the Williams family, just outside Cardiff. He was last year's winner of this class, and ended up being reserve champion to her sibling Alex on Ringside Topsy. That's all we know her as at home. Sorry, I don't know her name, but Zorbra was reserved to their other mare last year. So,
and in second place we have Llaneth Majestic, belonging to Hannah Brock.
And I know he's previously been doing dressage. I think he won the BD final, was it, or something? He's won something really quite substantial this year, doing dressage, so it's nice to see that he's got a change of career. I haven't seen him out showing much this year. I think they've been concentrating mainly on the dressage side, so it's nice to see him out back into the show ring.
So Leon is about to ride the first of the Section Ds. A little bit about Leon is that he started riding when he was 6. He's from a non-horsey family. He rode ponies growing up and followed this into horses, jumping a lot of young horses, and had some open grade A horses running alongside. He then moved into working hunter ponies, and which is how he had his introduction into showing. He's ridden professionally since he was 14 and has done ever since. Over the years, he's produced and ridden over 40 Royal International horses and Hoys winners for clients, having been champion hack and hunted at the major shows. He's ridden and produced horses all his life.
And we can see an interesting fact about Leon here, that he's works for the Devil's Horseman film production team. So the films and shows include Game of Thrones, The Crown, Napoleon and The Last Duel. Hopefully he won't have to do any stunts and tricks today for us in the ring. So I think it looks like Leon is going to choose to gallop the horses across the front. He is.
And they're interestingly doing the confirmation at the back. So it's nice to have a bit more room as a ride judge, really.
Zorba coping very well there with galloping across the front. Having done the gallop in the go-round, it's always a little bit of a risk to gallop them again across the front, but Zorba coped very well there.
Yeah, especially doing it so soon, it's difficult being drawn top. The others have got a little bit of time. Sometimes it's a benefit and sometimes it isn't standing, but I'm sure Kate will be pleased with that.
Hannah, who owns Llanarth Majestic, has shown Welsh cobs and Welsh Section Cs for many years here. Gemma will know well that she owned River Valley Rosie Rogers when Gemma rode her.
That's right. Hannah's lovely, from Bristol, farmer's wife as well. So lovely, lovely family. She's had Majestic for quite a few years now, and I don't think he was the easiest to start, so I think that's why they went into the dressage a little bit, but he seems nice and settled today. He's from obviously the famous Llanarth stud. She bought him directly from them, and I believe Llanarth are old-fashioned. I'm pretty sure they're all brother and sister, or half-brother. They're very, very closely related. You can probably see the resemblance between the both of them, so nice old-fashioned sort, isn't he?
Leon looks very settled. No nerves, looks like they're playing a part here.
Leon would be cool as a kookaburra, a very cool customer.
Yeah, and I think once you get onto your second and your third, you're away then as well. Your first one is always the most difficult, but it looks like it's given him a nice settled ride so far.
Dressage is a very good way of getting them used to going out and competing. Perhaps not with 20 other horses going on with you, so it just gives them a chance to settle in an environment with lots of lorries and lots of people going on. It gives them a good education.
Concerning our language, and the award is presented by the 40 zones by the sponsors of this competition, RBC Brewing Dolphin, and I'm grateful thanks to you for sponsoring the section. So in second place We have 1605, Zara Owen, team.
And that looks like it gave him a nice ride.
1601.
Does look sounds as if the small hunters have come to a conclusion, but if we manage to pop over there for some numbers. So Leon is just stepped aboard 1500, which is Wilgar Imperial Prince, which belongs to Katie Brown, who qualified for the Horse of the Year show at the Great Yorkshire. Looks like he's giving Leon a lovely ride there.
He's got a lovely big front. I bet he's very, very nice to sit on, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just made in
Very
the
collected and so far given him the nicest ride so far, I would say. But it's hard to know what it looks like and how it feels. Completely different, isn't it? Oh, it looks like come to a conclusion, Pen Scrambly or Latif.
Latif just won.
So congratulations to Tory Thomas. Tiff being a bit cheeky.
Yeah.
And nice to see him winning back here again. Show jumping last week and now the winner of the Royal Welsh. So
yeah, he's had a very successful career here, isn't he?
oh, very, very.
And he is genuinely a lovely horse.
Oh, and he's always got his ears
Always
forward.
happy.
Always happy. He looks really well.
And second was number 1605, I believe, with Zara Owen.
I think Zara's got a busy day here. She's got one in most classes, so she always does very, very well here. Always lovely turned out. So I believe in the hunter ring now, we've got the 4-year-old hunters, class 151, coming in with 6 entries.
A big ask for 4-year-olds to come and
Huge.
behave in this ring.
Huge ask in here. So this is one of the last 4-year-old big county shows that will be going on. So they do have a few. It's very, very prestigious to win a 4-year-old class. They are losing a lot of them, which is very sad. Then you don't have that experience for the youngsters. So it is nice to see them. COVID obviously affected quite a lot of them. A few 4-year-olds
Definitely loads
missed
of 4-year-olds
two
missed,
years
yeah.
of showing. Last year I think they did do amalgamated 4-5-year-olds in some of them. But yeah, it's great experience to get them out without having to throw them in the deep end into the big open classes.
So if you lose a 4-year-old class, they've got to go in with the big boys straight away, haven't they?
It's a lot,
Yeah.
and some of these 4-year-olds have got a lot of growing to do, especially your middles and your heavyweights. They do change over the years, so it's nice that they have a little bit more experience to do these sort of shows.
And last year's winner has gone on to do very well this year.
Yes, very, very well. Yeah, it was champion Amy James's, or Amy Tufts. Can't think of his name now.
I believe it's Davanti Boy.
That's right.
This is Joe Heyman's Davanti Boy.
That's right, yeah, and he's already been out winning this year, so yeah, great start. And yeah, 4-year-old Anne was overall champion here last year, which was nice to see.
Yes, he coped amazingly in the atmosphere, so it'll be
he's so laid back.
be interesting to see how they cope today.
Yeah, I don't think they're here today.
No, the 4-year-old.
Oh, 4-year-olds. Yeah, we'll see now. Let's go back to the cobs.
So Liam will be looking for an uphill, comfortable ride that travels well across the ground with good paces throughout. So I think so far the top few that we've seen him ride seem to have fulfilled the brief.
And the one coming in now is 1519.
Which is Dolian Lloyd's Haigmore Horace, who is by Gellersbach and out of Haigmore Glottengoch, who interestingly Zara Owen competed in the written classes. So this is Leon getting on 1508, which is Eira Gaenon's Casgob Temeraire.
Ella, Eric's daughter, would surely be the youngest in this class,
I would think so.
by a long way. This does look like it's giving a very nice ride so far. It's a big ask for a child like Ella, really, to do such a busy class as well
Huge
in,
ask, but
in an open, and she's coped incredibly. So
following her
I
father's
was going to say
football,
she's got
yeah,
plenty of
experience behind her. Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember Eric jump in and his sister Gwenno jump in. Both good jockeys.
Based down in the Penscrubly stud, which was obviously our last winner of the Small Hunter. So they all seem to know what they're doing very, very well. Another job well done. So this section, like the Welsh section C's, will be a mark system, 50 marks for your ride and 50 marks for your confirmation. So every time he comes in, he'll speak to the steward and give him or her the mark for his previous ride.
Unfortunately, we can't see the number on this competitor.
This one doesn't look as settled as the previous ones.
It's a big ask for them.
It's a lot, it's a big ring, and then there's the grandstand, and there's a lot of movement going on in the grandstand.
But Leon's riding very sympathetically anyway, isn't he? He's doing a great job. It's not easy for the ponies to ask to go away from the lineup. He's just not quite looking as settled in its mouth. So, but Leon's very, very gentle in front, giving him every opportunity to settle.
Again, in this class, they will have only kept roughly 20 in. Judging the confirmation part of these classes is Mrs. Sue Hardy. She is a very experienced judge. She's done a lot of breeding over the past, and she's been very heavily involved with the Welsh Pony and Cob for many years, joining in 1976. Born in Eastbourne, Sussex, and grew up in Surrey. They went on holiday to West Wales for the last 2 weeks in June every year, and her sister Janet bought her first Welsh Cob on one of these visits. And then when Sue moved to Dorset, she soon followed suit, and they set up the Bryarth stud, which comprises of C's, D's and a few partbreds. It's always been a hobby on a small scale, as both sisters continued to work full-time. But Sue has served as a member and trustee on the Welsh Pony and Cob Society Council for a few years, becoming chairman for a year. She will be looking for correct conformation, straight movement, with the potential to be able to fulfill a performance role.
This Tony looks to be giving Leon a really sweet ride. Cob, I should say.
Yes, I would think with Leon coming from a performance background and Sue having a large interest in the performance side, they will be looking for a very similar thing in these animals. That was Cassie Regan's 1311, which is
J. Forrest Versace, I believe.
As you can see in the written hunters, we have the judge in the ring there, judging the best hard horse competition. And the judge is Chris Howell from Hyder, so welcome to you. Chris Howell and Prif Gylch,
It's just recorded 1497, I believe.
What look for in the best hard horse?
Lisa Ames, Danaway Scullery.
The making or preparation and cooking of the foods, and the nailing and position of clips. And we judging quite carefully there how the horses have been selected. So first we see Chris Howell, Hyder, the feature of the bottom.
Leon's given them all a really nice consistent ride, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's using all the ring, and it's he looks very relaxed up there. Could see him having a quick glance in the other ring to see what was going on, just to make sure that nothing unexpected was going to affect the horse.
Yeah.
That was a really nice thing.
Tactical move, yeah.
Obviously, you give them all a consistent and the same
Even
ride.
ride
And the same route, but it is interesting if something unexpected happens that you can possibly
being able to readjust and
be sympathetic in the
yeah,
mark.
sympathetic, as we saw in the small hunt, Leslie Whitehall was very sympathetic to the fact that the horse shied, and it was due to the screaming and the whooping, so very sympathetic, and I think ride judges need a bit more praise, and they almost need to be looked after, really, especially on social media. If you don't get the result you like, just remember they're doing us all a job, and without judges we couldn't continue.
Was Mr. Alex Mercer from Cornerford Cottage in Essex. So welcome, Mr. Mercer, and to join here in the Royal Welsh Show in the main ring. And Mr. Chris Howell is learning the ropes. So Chris Howell from Ryder is learning the ropes on the judging side for the best shot course. So points goes to Mr. Alex Mercer. Or Essex, so that I hope that you'll be satisfied with how the horses have been shot, and that you will be coming to a conclusion after the classes. Yes, ma'am.
See if we can catch the number of this horse that he's out on now.
So we're just looking at the 4-year-old hunter class. We can see that there's 4 forward for this, with Miss Leslie Whitehall judging the ride section and Mr. John Keane with the confirmation. So again, as a 4-year-old, it seems very settled. A lot going on for a young horse of very, very big asks. So nice to see that the judge has a big smile on her face. And doing a fantastic job.
Do you think John will be taking into account what the horse looks like on the day, but also what he sees its future as? Or do you think he'll be...
Absolutely. A 4-year-old heavyweight is not going to be as developed as a 4-year-old lightweight, so it's got a lot more growing to do. So yeah, you do have to look at what its future will be. Obviously how it goes on its day is very important, but a lot of these may change ranks as they go bigger as well. My middleweight started off as a lightweight, and sometimes it's not until you go into these classes that you can compare and see what they look like against each other. So
some of them will just be bringing them out as an education, won't they? Start them off young, give them an education.
Absolutely.
Regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. So you see now this is probably an Irish draft sort, 1617.
So this is Teresa Jones's Rose Gold, ridden by Briley Llewellyn.
Yeah.
He looks very calm, doesn't he? And that's the bonus of an Irish draft. They've got the most amazing temperaments, and that's why they do so well. And bred into cross with a thoroughbred, which will hopefully fantastic.
Yeah. I believe he's been supreme at Cotty Bridge and at Gower show this year.
Oh gosh, he's had a brilliant time already.
Briley does a fantastic job. She's only young, I believe, 16, 17. She does a lot of dressage and has been on the Welsh team's dressage. She's a really nice little rider as well. And the horse goes really, really sweetly.
Yeah, there's not many 4-year-olds that stand in the middle of the Royal Welsh ring having stirrups adjusted, so lovely. And Leslie looks nice and settled and happy up there. So.
The manual that we all have there.
official show catalogue, Gerald. I understand
Looks like Zara in
that
top there with
this competition is confined to competitors of novice standard and non-classified competitors.
she got one in.
And once a competitor has won 2 novice competitions, they will then be classified as an intermediate standard competitor. Is that, am I right in that?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are indeed. Basically the same rules apply for shearing. Once you've won certain competitions in the junior, classic family as junior in the shearing, right to intermediate, then the senior, then open. Well, the wording is slightly different.
Leslie just giving the horse a pat there.
Yeah, and again, as a ride judge, you've got the opportunity to give these horses their first ride at a show and to give them a little bit of confidence as well. So you have to encourage them, let them know when they're doing it right. So, but again, he looks like he's
Sweet.
very sweet. Yeah, he hasn't put a foot out of place. You would think he's been doing it for 10 years, wouldn't you? Yeah, Zara has a 4-year-old called Bassamore Distant Land, drawn top, owned by Adriana Crawford. Bought as an unbroken 3-year-old over the winter. Zara broke him herself and produced him since breaking him in. He went Supreme Champion at Hereford Spring Show this year. He was champion at Stafford County and Cheshire County this year. Also went reserve champion at the Great Yorkshire Show just 2 weeks ago, and also picked up his and his owner's first ever Horse of the Year show ticket. So yeah, that's pretty impressive for a 4-year-old hunter that's currently drawn top in this class. And as a team, they said they're extremely pleased with his progression during his first year in the show ring and the saddle. He's certainly one for the future. So Zara and her team, I think, are very much looking forward to this 4-year-old.
She has a magic touch with those hunters.
She does. She's absolutely brilliant. She's very calm and
She can stick to them like glue, can't she?
yeah, she's brilliant. But and some 4-year-olds can take it and others can't. So it's all in their temperament. They're all different, as we are. So you know which ones you can push a bit further than others. And this one looks like it's got a fantastic future ahead of it. So yeah, that's definitely one to look out for. So I'm sure Adriana Crawford, his owner, is going to have a fantastic future with this horse.
2 very different types in our screen at the moment.
Very, yeah. Yeah, you will see a mixed bag in these 4-year-old classes. It's nice to see them all together. So it is difficult to split them up. And then we have Mr. John Keane, who's very, very well experienced.
He will know exactly what he's looking for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And him and his wife used to produce their hacks to perfection. They look like absolute dreams to ride. So never had the opportunity to ride any of those, but they always went well and looked beautiful. So
beautiful class to watch the hacks.
Oh, amazing! Absolutely amazing. So yeah, so that's the last one of this section now.
Riley's always smiling, fair play.
No, she should be pleased with him. He didn't put a foot wrong.
At this stage in their career, you just want to be happy that they've come, behaved, gone with the right judge.
Absolutely.
And then, and can be improved upon in future years, isn't it?
Yep. Leslie and John having a chat to each other, so no mark system in this. So we've come to the conclusion of Class 151, which is their 4-year-old hunters, and congratulations to Zara Owen winning. I'm not sure what the numbers are. We'll have it
On
1613. Yeah.
There we go. Adrian Crawford, Bassamore, Distant Land, which has had the most successful career already as a 4-year-old, already qualified for Horse of the Year show. So I'm sure Zara will be delighted with this result again today.
It's absolutely beautiful horse, isn't it?
Lovely, lovely.
I think it's always really special. It doesn't matter how many times she wins here, she still finds it so special.
Absolutely.
I think that's a really, really nice and humbling thing.
Definitely. Lovely girl. Does a fantastic job with them. And in second, I'm not sure the name of the horse, but looks like we've got Millie Davis. I'll find the numbers.
In third place, 1614.
Congratulations to Zara Owen and Adrian Crawford's Bassamore Distant Land, the winner of the 4-year-old hunters.
Beautiful horse. It's 1615, I believe, which is
Louise and John Harrison Thomas, Clog Her Boy Bonnie.
I couldn't even attempt to say it.
Well done.
And I believe third is Maes Mynach a Dywed,
A Ddewyd.
which is by the look of the information here, is a 4 Welsh Cobs.
Oh wow. No, thoroughly deserved class there. It's a fantastic horse, and it looks so mature already at only 4 years old. So
Yeah, it wouldn't look out of place in an open class with
no,
it at all.
no. So yeah, I think this is one to look out for in the future. I'm sure we'll have many more wins here over the next few years. So congratulations to Zara and Erewe. Adrian Crawford with Bassamore Distant Land. And hopefully we'll come back to the Welsh Cob Section D's geldings, which is currently being judged with our ride judge, Mr. Leon King.
And Sue Hardy judging the confirmation phase.
So as you can see, the weather is holding out at the moment, and on our screen we've got the beautiful Horseshoe horse, which is situated about 20 yards from where we're sat on the top of the hill, and currently Zara's being interviewed by Hannah Parr for the S4C team. So yeah, an amazing 4-year-old just to be stood there after the class. Fair play. Next we'll have the lightweight hunters in the hunter side of the ring, and then hopefully we'll go back for the conclusion of the Welsh Section D geldings class.
If you're just joining us, we've just seen the conclusion of the 4-year-old hunter classes. The winner was Zara Owen. We're about to see the beginning of the lightweight classes. They'll be entered in shortly. My name's Kerry Thomas. I'm joined by Maggie Simmons and Gemma Rees, and we'll be bringing more coverage to you shortly.
Leon looks like he's well on through the class.
Yeah, he's at the back line. This is when you start getting a bit... Are we at the back line? No, we're still at the front line. We're still on.
So he's just boarded 1530, which is Graham Schofield's Dean Valley the Governor.
So Leon's going to have a busy day today. He'll probably have approximately, if they all come forward, he'll have about 60 to ride today. So
yeah, it's a busy day, isn't it?
It is a busy day.
At least he's not in the 30 degrees like last year.
No, this is perfect ride weather, I'd say.
Yeah.
The ground looks amazing. So the Royal Welsh team have done a brilliant job considering how much rain we've had the last few days. But
Yeah, the ground doesn't look like it's catching up at all.
not at all, no. And it's supposed to be dry for the next couple of days, so fingers crossed. Probably when I compete here on Wednesday, it'll be torrential rain, guaranteed. 1:30, Wednesday afternoon.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely raining.
It's a very, very busy week for in the showing calendar. That many of us will know. Many of these ponies will be going from here down to Hickstead. So we have the Royal International Horse Show this week and also the New Forest Show as well, which all clash unfortunately, but it does happen a few times every few years where the shows clash, sadly, and sadly being from one side of the country to the other, so you do have to decide which ones you'd rather do. There is a Horse of the Year show qualifier for the Mountain of Moorlands or the Welsh breeds on Thursday. So a few will be staying, a few will be coming home, and a few will be going to Hickstead. So it's nice to see this many numbers with so many shows on in 1 week. Just to give you an idea on numbers over the years, looking at the Welsh Cob Section Ds as we've got them in, it doesn't have them Welsh Cobs and Welsh Ponies Cob type under saddle. In 2014 there were 198 entered, with a maximum of 208 in 2016. This year we have 147, so approximately about a 50 drop. So basically from COVID, from 2019 to 2022, those were the biggest drops we have seen the numbers. Whether people have decided not to do it after COVID, having a couple of years off, they've decided not to go back showing, or breeding isn't as much. It's the cost of living crisis
is
so
affecting
expensive.
a lot of people showing.
Days.
You've got to pick and choose your shows.
Yep.
Whereas you could have gone to perhaps 3 a month. Perhaps now people are limiting themselves to 1, and if there's Horse of the Year qualifiers,
you've got to choose.
You've got to choose which one to go to, I suppose.
Yeah, so in 2014 there was a total of 3,358 entries here. This year there's 2,498, so nearly 800 less over the last 9 years. So numbers are declining, some are increasing. Shetland ponies, amazingly, have increased from 121 to 154 this year, so the Shetland classes are huge, which is
cheaper to feed, I suppose.
Maybe it might be. So the show ponies are obviously the biggest decline that we seem to be noticing around. The show hunter ponies have gone from 38 in 2014 down to 17 this year, so there is a little bit of obviously decline there. But one of the biggest declines, which I was very surprised to see, was the coloured ponies. In 2014 and 2015 there was 188 and 175 in the section. It's down to 99 this year. So
it's normally a very, very popular
very,
section.
very popular. But I would say because of the Royal International connection, that is on Wednesday, which is I think the same day as the colours, or very, very close to each other. So that probably has unfortunately affected it.
He's still smiling so far.
So far, yeah, he's doing a wonderful job so far. And it's a bit of a change for him. He's not used to riding Section Ds. He'll be normally riding cobs, riding horses, hacks, hunters. So yeah, big change for him to be riding these, but doing a super job anyway.
Yeah, he's qualified his own small hunter in one of the first shows this year, I believe it was Devon County.
That's right, yeah.
Real nice, nice to see him on one of his own.
He's down to his last few now, so probably getting a bit more tired, ready for a bit of a rest before starting again.
I know he works a lot on his fitness, to be fair. I think you've got to, to be able to ride all these.
Absolutely.
We hope that the stewards have the biscuits ready for him.
Yes. It's a nice view of the class, and all the ponies seem nice and settled, all stood well. It'll be interesting now to see if they change them around a little bit, and the C's, they didn't have a huge change around in that section, so it'll be interesting now to see.
Yeah, I think a few sort of midway didn't give him the nicest of rides, or not as settled or relaxed as some of the others, so I think there might be a bit of a swap around. We'll see now.
I do believe there's even a pony over from Ireland in this class.
Oh, fair play.
Yeah.
Huge effort. I know a lot of ponies and horses from here go over to the Dublin show, but they have to be Irish bred to compete at the Royal Dublin. So if you do have an Irish pony, that's the most amazing show to go to.
Yeah.
So highly recommend it. It's a lot smaller scale than the Royal Welsh. Obviously it's very, very big here, but it's a fantastic show, and the hunters, that is really the place to go and find your next hunter.
Definitely on my bucket list.
I have never seen so many amazing in-hand hunters. It's definitely worth going over there to have a look at them. They breed beautiful, beautiful horses, so I'd say most of our best hunters will definitely come from Ireland. So
This is 1516, Claire Hope's Mathroy Dio.
I believe this is produced at home with them, and they do a lot with him, dressage and a bit of everything. He's a lovely, lovely boy. He looks like he's giving him a nice ride, actually, doesn't he?
Yeah, nice
I
relax.
assume
nice.
this is the sort of ride that Leon would like, especially coming from a hack and hunter background. Nice
Looks
and
very
light in front and very
responsive.
very, yeah. He doesn't look like he has to do much there, just sitting and enjoying it, and that's what it should be.
Horse looks happy.
Shame about the little wrong leg there, though. But sometimes, again, that could be rider error. It's you seem a bit more forgiving when you're a ride judge if you get a wrong leg.
Yeah, I bet you kick yourself if there's a horse that you really like to ride and then you make a tiny little...
Yeah, absolutely.
Just think, why didn't I wait that 1 second longer?
Absolutely.
But it does look like it's given him a lovely ride.
It has, and he's gone a bit further. Unlike the others, you know, they're enjoying it. Doesn't want to go back to the line quite as quickly as some others. But
He's coming back smiling as well, which is always
Yeah.
a good sign.
there we go. I'm sure he's happy to finish that, and he still looks like he's full of energy. The adding up of the marks now, so it'll take a few seconds to add these up. Good job there by our ride judge, Mr. Leon King. He's read in the first 20 of his first section, so he's got a well-deserved sit down and swap hats. And our confirmation judge, Mrs. Sue Hardy, who's I know has done a lot for the Royal Welsh over the years. She sits in the tower most of the week, doesn't she, doing all the sire ratings, and she's spent a lot of time at the Royal Welsh
and a huge advocate for the Welsh breeds and performance Welsh breeds as well. She's very involved with the Welsh Performance Awards and the National Welsh Parkbred Championship show, so she's a massive advocate for the Welsh breeds.
So it's lovely to see her this side of the ring rather than in the tower, and
a
great honour for her.
Yeah.
Great honour for her. So,
and I'm sure her sister Janet will be judging with her in this grandstand.
I'm sure she will be. They'll be comparing notes later. I'm very sure. So. So it looks like they're having a big chat in the background now. And the steward, Leon here with the stewards, who again do a fantastic job. It's a lot to organise with all of these ponies, the health and safety issues these days.
Yeah.
So they make sure the welfare of the people competing, the people on the outside of the ring, and without them we wouldn't be able to have shows like this. They give up their time, voluntary, to keep these shows running. So thank you to all the stewards and judges who do help keep these ticking along. And the nice thing about the Royal Welsh is that they have massive consistency. It's the same stewards every year, which is lovely. They all have
nice
their own
see their
sections.
familiar faces.
Yeah, absolutely. So I see Mr. Harper's in there. He stewarded when I was judging here a few years ago. So
it's a great opportunity to learn to stew when you're stewarding.
Absolutely.
You get to see the animals from the perspective that the judge will see them, so you may see something that
you wouldn't have noticed.
You wouldn't have noticed from outside the ring, and then that might sway you one way or the other. But it's a very interesting learning curve.
Yeah, standing in that ring is very, very different to standing on the outside. And,
definitely. Yeah.
And I think with a lot of this social media about judging and everything, I give them the opportunity to stand in the ring and see how they would judge it. It's very, very different. And at the end of the day, it's their opinion. If we all liked the same thing, it would be very, very boring every week. It would be the same ones winning. So
I would highly recommend to any young enthusiasts that if they want to volunteer to steward, it's an amazing opportunity, really. And
you've been doing it for years here, haven't
and you get to sit down and have lunch with the judges afterwards. And if there's something you're unsure of, they're more than happy to help you and to voice their opinion and have a discussion with you. And I think it's just we've definitely learnt a lot from it.
You do the section C's here, don't you, with your mum and your mum and your sister, and again, and it's getting to know the competitors as well, don't you, year in, year out. So anyone that wants to volunteer, please get in touch with your local shows. I know they're screaming out for help. We at Pembrokeshire were short this year, and it's very, very difficult to get people to help these days. So, and it's expensive for the shows to feed everybody and look after everybody and tickets, and so anyone that can help helps these wheels running. So, and it's a lot of pressure for those ladies adding up those marks. It's a big job.
Yeah.
So hats off to them. There's Sue Hardy and Liam King having a discussion. Hopefully they've had
hopefully they're on the same page, even though it scores anyway.
They've had a fantastic lineup of ponies. And again, they all look the same sort, aren't they? They're
absolutely beautiful, strong class.
Old-fashioned sorts, I'd say. That's it. So apologies in advance if we can't see their numbers, but we will try and keep up to date as much as we can. So we're looking at the conclusion of the Class 141, the Oh, and it's come all the way down from the line.
So that is Treforest Versace. Ridden by Cassie Regan. I'm sure she will
be
be
over the moon.
absolutely delighted with that.
And she's come fair way down from the line, so must have given a fantastic ride.
Her pride and joy, this pony, so she will be delighted.
Shanaf Majestic in second, so he's stayed where he was originally drawn. I'm sure Hannah will be absolutely thrilled with him, and congratulations to all connections there with Hannah and Shanaf Majestic. You can hear the rings getting a little bit louder and louder, so as soon as we get the conclusion of the rest of the numbers, I'm sure that's Clear Hope's pony that's come up to the 4th position. I'll have a closer look when we can see.
See Wilgar Imperial Prince there with Katie Brown in 5th.
And the winner of the Welsh Top Women's Class this year in the Royal Welsh 2022 is number 1512, Julie Halliwell, Treforest Versace. Second place goes to...
I think Cassie looks absolutely delighted there. I think being drawn that far down, you never think that you will come up. It's nice to see that if you do go well, you do get rewarded. So those wins are sometimes the best ones when you're least expecting them.
I think that's what's interesting sometimes in knowing whether they pull them in order or whether they just pull the top 10.
Yes, yeah.
So in 3rd there we have 1509, so that is Gabrielle Gaynor's Wintbrin Flashpoint. So first Treforest Versace with Cassie Regan, belonging to Julie Halliwell. 2nd Llannoth Majestic, belonging to Hannah Brock. And 3rd there we have Gabrielle Gaynor's Wintbrin Flashpoint.
Smile says it all, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
So that's the conclusion of our Welsh Cob Section D gelding class. So congratulations to Cassie Regan there, who's going for her 2nd gallop in front of the grandstand. Hopefully we'll go over to see the conclusion of the lightweight hunter class, which looks like they're coming to the end of that as well. So we're looking at class 152, which is the lightweight hunter, with our ride judge, Miss Leslie Whitehall. So as soon as we know the numbers, we'll update you on them. There's currently 9 entries catalogued. I think that it was about 4 or 5 entered, and then on the far end of the ring we're awaiting the next Welsh Cob Red and Glass. And Leslie's smiled all morning, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's always smiling. She's always very encouraging.
Having a lovely time. I know she said it was the first time that she's judged here at the Royal Welsh. She has judged probably nearly every major show in the country.
She does a lot of hoist qualifier judging.
Yeah, she's judged the hacks, the riding horses and the cobs at Horse of the Year show themselves, as well as the Royal International. Judged the Horse of the Year show at Johannesburg last year, and she judged at the Sydney Grand Nationals, which is the equivalent of Horse of the Year show in Australia. So
amazing honour to be asked to go out, isn't it?
Oh, amazing, amazing. I got to go there a few years ago, and it's very, very different to how we do it. But I think they must be doing something right, because their numbers are increasing and ours are decreasing. There's the huge debate on the size of jockeys at the moment.
It's very
controversial over here.
And county show, isn't it? It's the article in the Horse and Hound.
It is. And in Australia they are a lot taller riding over there, so it's very different. So we've got Mr. John Keane here looking at the lightweight hunters. Currently in top, I believe we have Straddy Hannah, Mrs. D. Harris. She's had a successful few years showing.
Yeah, she's had a few babies, and then I think
won here previously, hasn't she? So yeah, lovely sort of mare. So she's drawn top. And we've currently got 1623 in front of us. Mr. John Keane having a good chat to Tina Wern Maskin, Gwenno Jones. And this is a 5-year-old, so still a young horse, so he's got plenty to grow into. But as you can see, these are a lot lighter type, a lot lighter bone as well, and then we'll come on to the middleweights and the heavyweights, which will obviously be stronger in bone. They tend to be a lot taller as well, but your lightweight is more of your elegant sort, and it tends to be your ladies hunter, which would be your side saddle horse. So this would be your perfect side saddle horse. They're a bit more elegant. They're still strong enough to carry the saddle easily.
Yeah.
So these are the ones that quite often go into those sections. Even though now at Horse of the Year show it's a side saddle horse, so it can be of any type. So that's interesting now. That
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult class to judge.
Yeah.
But,
so in second in the lightweight hunters is Colorado, I believe, also bred by Dydd Thomas down in West Wales. This also was produced and shown as a young horse by Ashley Davis, and now is owned by Lorna Morgan.
they've had a good time with this horse, haven't they?
I believe it's shown by Gemma Summers here. Interestingly, he's the full brother to a small hunter earlier that was called Mississippi.
It was purchased by Lorna as a yearling. Previous records at the Royal Welsh, it was first hunter foal. It was first as a hunter yearling. Wasn't shown as a 2-year-old due to COVID. And then it was first in champion as a 3-year-old hunter, not shown as a 4-year-old. But now it's its first year under saddle. Very successful. It's already qualified for the new London International Show at the XL. And at the recent Royal Welsh Spring Festival. So far, as a 5-year-old, it's had a fantastic season. This new class or show at the London International Show at Christmas time seems to be very successful. It's 4 horses that haven't qualified for Horse of the Year show before, so it's almost like a grassroots way, a final championship, which is
yeah, I think the horses is grassroots. I think the ponies are open.
But there we go. So yeah, it's
I think it'll be an interesting task, because keeping a pony or a horse looking right for that time of year is a real
really
difficult. A challenge, isn't it?
Really
do you
difficult.
Clip or do you not clip?
It's really, and it's very difficult time of year. It's very dark, very early. Mags and I have obviously ridden at Olympia a few times, and it's very, very hard when you have a full-time job to try and
keep them working,
keep them going.
Fit,
and I took Banjo as a veteran, and an older horse. He was 21 at that age, trying to keep him fit, healthy.
Yeah.
I was hacking through the village in the dark with high vis from head to toe, just to try and keep him fit.
Keep him mobile and fit,
Very, very difficult. So
I think it's an exciting idea. I just hope that people manage it.
Good luck. Lots of work to do. Lots of work. Lots of hiring of indoor schools and everything. But personally, I quite like the break from Horse of the Year show till at least May.
We've had snow at Olympia a couple of times, haven't we?
We have, yeah. It's it was like Winter Wonderland one year from Pembrokeshire to London. How we got there, I would never know, and how we got home. I'd never know. And
we were nearly having Christmas dinner on the M4.
Yeah, it was. It was on the 23rd, wasn't it, of December? Very, very snowy. Wonderful once you get there, but a lot of preparation up and down the country. So we're coming now to the conclusion of the lightweight hunters. So in front of us now we have 1621 Steve Harris's Stradi Hannah. So we've got in front our judges, Mrs. Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John Keane, and between them I think they have fantastic knowledge, and they've been very lucky to have a lovely turnout of horses. And they're just pulling in our winners now. And the second horses come up, Lorna Morgan's Colorado, so they will be absolutely delighted with this 5-year-old. So it's carried on its winning streak. It's won as a foal, a yearling, a 3-year-old, and now as a 5-year-old. So at 5 years old, it's already winning its 4th class at the Royal Welsh as well as the Spring Festival. So congratulations to Charles and Lorna. I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted.
Looks a lovely sort.
Very nice sort. Second then is
Stradihanna.
Stradihanna.
Yeah. Ridden by Wendy here, the daughter-in-law of Mr. Harris. The horse was originally campaigned by Chloe Jones from Llangadog.
She's a fabulous mare as well. I'm sure she's bred some lovely foals.
Felly mae gyda ni ganlyniad yn dosbarthu un time. We have the result in class 152. The life insurance in the
And third, we haven't quite got the third's number yet.
1625, Mona Morgan.
I believe third is Tinawern Maxen,
Second place, 1621.
owned by Gwenor Jones. So I'll confirm the number shortly.
Third place, Gwenor 1663, Gwenor Jones.
And Mr. and Mrs. Morgan's lightweight here is a lovely sort, a true lightweight type. And very calm, especially now with the cobs galloping next door again. But yeah, nice, lovely sort. I'm sure they're going to have a fantastic future with them, and wish them the best of luck at the London International Horse Show when they go there this December.
It just goes to show the mother of this is absolutely beautiful and would have been a really nice small hunter herself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I believe had an field injury, so has been a broodmare. And the mother's brother has been successful lightweight hunter in Horse Viewer Show.
It's in the breeding.
Yeah, so it's just goes to show good breeding does shine through.
Absolutely. And if that pony didn't have the injury, they wouldn't have had this horse. So yeah, no, it looks a lovely sort here. So congratulations to Lorna and Charles Morgan with
over the moon, I'm really
Colorado. Yeah, congratulations to you all. So with Leslie Whitehall and John Keane, they will be looking now for class 153, which will be the middleweight hunters. 9 catalogue entries in this. Then followed by the heavyweight hunters. So far they've got a lovely championship lineup so far, and a couple more winners to add to that. And on the far side of the ring now we can see the Section D Myth.
Yes. Looks like they're just deciding who to pull in the mare class.
So we'll catch up with those now shortly. And I'm sure Colorado's winner now will be dragged over to the S4C banner to have a little chat about their win. So we'll let you have a listen to them.
Well, am fore arbennig I Gemma. Gemma, what a fantastic morning with you winning the Royal Welsh Show 2023. How are you feeling up there?
Overwhelmed.
I can hear the tears are starting to flow. Now, the name in the catalogue, of course, is Lorna, and Lorna owns the horse. Can you tell us? I'm sorry to make you talk while you're crying, but what does this mean?
This means so much to all of us. He's only a baby, he's only 5, so yeah. We're really proud of him.
And why the Royal Welsh Show? Why is it the Royal Welsh Show that means so much to everybody?
Well, it's the show, isn't it? What else can I say?
Well, you've got the championship coming up later. I bet you didn't think you'd be saying that earlier this morning. So you've got another chance to ride around this amazing ring. Many congratulations. Good luck. Is there anything you're hoping for in the championship?
Can only do our best, really, can't we?
Wel, pob lwc a llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi.
So that was a lovely little insight from Gemma riding Lorna's lightweight hunter. And now we're coming over to the Welsh Section D mares. We've got our judges Sue Hardy, who's doing the confirmation section, and Mr. Leon King doing the ride, and they are now starting to pull them in. Maggie will try and look up who is who, and we will update you with numbers. Unfortunately, we only can see what you guys are seeing at home here, so we haven't got the ability to see the back of the numbers. We are sat on the top of the horse hill, or at the top of the main ring, in a porter cabin, looking exactly what you guys are seeing on the screen.
I believe in top was Lynn Scott's Pennal Royal Anthem, but I can't quite confirm that at the moment. Yes, it is.
Luckily, we've got Maggie's expertise eyes, who competes in these classes with her sister, so they do hopefully know a few more faces than Kerry and I. Sorry to say. We're better with the hunters. We try and do a lot of research before this as well, to get to know people, get a little bit of background information on everybody, but it's very difficult to obviously sift through this many people and try and work out the numbers and who's who, so we do apologise. But just to introduce ourselves for anyone that's just joining us, myself, I'm Gemma Rees. We've got Kerry Thomas and Maggie Simons. So welcome everyone to a dry morning at the Royal Welsh Show 2023. I'm currently looking at the mare class of the ridden Section Ds. And unlike any other show in the country, these are ridden by a ride judge. So it's slightly different for these mares. They're not used to having a ride judge. This is the one and only show that they get ridden, so it's difficult for the riders to set them up, and hopefully they move them around a lot in the last section, so I don't think it really matters where you're drawn. I think it's going definitely on how they went and how they ride, so it was nice to see them move around a little bit in the class before.
So we can see Emma Scott pulled in top, then Claire Evans, and then on the third we've got Anna Chester on Pensowell Miss Middleton. Hopefully we'll be able to grab some more numbers once we can see the ponies coming out.
So we have, how many pre-entered in this one?
39 pre-entries.
And what they will try and do is bring it down to 20. So 20 will be ridden, and unfortunately the rest will leave. So we do all know that this is part of the show. It's very sad that they don't all get the opportunity, but it's pretty impossible to ride that many in a day. A lot of them are unsettled, so not ready to be ridden. So you have to look at the health and safety of both the horse and the ride judge. So here we have Mr. Leon King now getting on the first horse. And the first one looks like a lovely sort of mare as well, doesn't she? Looks very relaxed and There's a lot going on. The rest of the class are leaving, and she's still being very mannerly. And we do have the middleweights in the class next door as well. So it'll be interesting now to see if he does the same show as he did with the previous class.
I think she's fairly new to the ridden circuit.
Is she? And on the plus side, sometimes this is better when they're a bit younger, as they don't anticipate what the show's going to be. They don't know what's coming, whereas the older boys, they know exactly what to do.
She'd be listening and responding to Leon rather than anticipating a job that she already thinks she knows, I suppose.
Given a very nice mannerly ride. Lovely moving pony.
Covers the ground well.
It does. Really athletic, isn't
Yeah.
she? I bet it's very nice to ride. It looks very strong from behind as well, doesn't it? So I bet that was probably felt quite nice.
Yeah, looked like it would
And
have been a
very
lovely,
mannerly.
comfortable ride.
Yeah, he's smiling, so they can't ask any more from a young horse, really.
Emma and her mum Lynn produce the horses at home themselves, so
Well, that's lovely.
this is 1552, Peter and Elaine Graham's Bootroyd Annabelle. Doesn't look quite so dry out there anymore.
No, it doesn't.
I think we're now on a soggy Monday
We are.
morning.
It looks like it was supposed to clear up by 9 o'clock, but weatherman was lying, I think.
Wales has got its own weather versions, isn't
It does. We've still got a few. I can see a few people in vests and t-shirts, so and a few umbrellas. A mixed bag in the background, but not as hot as last year. Again, this looks like it's giving him a nice
Sweet ride, yeah.
ride.
Claire has been doing very well with her.
Nice sword. Shame it just went a bit disunited there at the end of its gallop. And it'd be different for the ride judge now to go from geldings, from mares now, and then onto the stallions, who will all give very different rides. So I think mares, you have to be a little bit more sympathetic
I think
towards
we're on the
them,
opinionated ones now, aren't we?
Yeah, well, can be.
It's interesting how many people prefer different types, isn't it? Like my friend won't buy a mare at all, whereas I would prefer a mare.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
everybody's different,
Yeah.
aren't they? I think it's the experience that you have with the previous ones.
I think if you can find a good mare and they trust you, they will give you everything they have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been really lucky with some of mine.
Yeah. I imagine Anna will be delighted with this pull in this.
Yeah,
the
and
homebred.
it's not all about the placings. It's where you're pulled. It's that means a lot to a lot of people as well. You know, you don't. I was drawn top here years ago on a 4-year-old Tingunda Moon Lady in the very muddy year. We started with 4 white socks. I think we were one mud colour by the end of the class. We were drawn top. I can't remember what we were placed, but she couldn't cope with the mud and the ride judge. But we were more delighted just being drawn top. It meant more than
Usually means
everything.
you've made the right impression, doesn't it? And
Absolutely,
you've produced
yeah.
something that
Yeah,
the judge liked.
we had plenty to
straight
work
off,
on,
yeah.
and yeah, we were delighted. But yes, when it's muddy here, it's very muddy. But they must have been on later in the week back then, because obviously they're first thing on the Monday now, so they must have been.
Yeah, when they were on the Thursday
They must have
morning.
been, yeah, must have been. By that point, it was pretty horrific.
Yeah, I remember being towed onto the car park that year.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, we didn't. I don't even think we bothered washing the socks at one point. But yeah. But since then they've done massive
that's when they started
drainage
doing the work,
systems
isn't it? I
on the
mean,
work, and luckily it's never been the same since. So
it's a nice sort with a nice sled the rain.
This is 1556, which is Alison Hayward's Tarako Azarenka.
I bet this is nice to sit on with a big front and shoulder, isn't it? And I think that's, as I said, first impressions make a big difference.
Yes, definitely.
Even if your pony, when you've got a front like this, if they're not even maybe sitting on the bridle quite as well, it still feels like they are with such a big front. It's very nice to sit on. Looks a little bit lazy off its leg. It's difficult for them coming away and cantering at that first corner because that's their gateway out.
Yes, yeah,
so,
he's asking for canter as they leave,
yeah,
where they would normally leave, I suppose.
So it's a big ask for them all, to be fair, but... And it's very hard to know how much work to give them as well. When you ride them yourselves, you don't mind them being a bit slower or a bit faster. You know them inside out, whereas how do you get them right with the atmosphere?
Yes.
And for a ride judge, do you want them to be quiet and lazy so that they can put the leg on, or do you want them to be
sharper because
that
they don't
can
have to
hold?
work?
Yeah, it's a very fine balance. So it's a difficult one to know, and everybody's different.
And you never quite know whether the judge wants to just sit there and the pony do exactly what they want without any interference really, or minimal interference, or whether they want to be taken forward, or whether they like to kick a little bit. And I think it's really difficult as a rider when you're sat there in the middle thinking, oh gosh, what do they want? And is the pony doing it?
Yeah. You find with the hunters a lot that they throw them the rein, and when you have a young one, it's or even an older one that likes galloping, it's heart in mouth moment sometimes. But
definitely.
But that's where the practice comes at home, really, isn't it?
And knowing whether you've got a suitable one for a ride judge to get
Absolutely,
on.
that's
Definitely.
the most important thing. You've got to put their safety at first.
Yeah.
I unfortunately fell off at a show as a ride judge once.
Oh, was it?
I did. I was actually competing at the show, and unfortunately the judge hadn't turned up. So they had an announcement if there was any ride judges. So obviously I nominated, and they let me ride and judge at the show. And I had a nasty fall off a horse that shouldn't have really been put under a ride judge at that point, but
we're very cautious about what we would put a ride judge on.
You
but,
have to. You have to.
Yeah, not because they're sharp, just because I wouldn't want the ride judge to get an injury.
No,
so we would
that's
always
it.
sort of.
That's it. You've got to practice at home, get your friends to ride them. There's so many clinics these days, which are fantastic. Never had those years ago. So there's so many amazing people. So anybody out there that's got anybody that's doing a clinic, you jump on board, whether it's experience for you but more for the horse. I did do a clinic once with the ride judge, so I did offer to ride them, and it did seem very, very popular because you've just got to take every opportunity with these young horses.
Definitely.
So he's just about to mount 1561, which is Rhian Kelly's Legit Polly.
You can tell Leon's nice and fit. He's not slowed down once, has he? He's
no.
Getting on with it. Fair play. He's doing a fantastic job.
His stewards will need more biscuits than him.
I think so.
Definitely. He probably won't eat them because I think he is quite cautious about his fitness.
The mare's just seeming a little bit more sensitive to having a different rider on.
Yeah, I think so. He didn't quite canter at the first corner where he did with the others, so maybe not quite as settled as the other ones felt. And again, he's gone from one that was quite quiet to one that's obviously a little bit sharper than the previous one. So, but he's a very, very sympathetic rider. He's doing a fantastic job.
It's a difficult job for the Royal Welsh because obviously the Welsh ponies and cobs don't have a ride judge panel, and so choosing a ride judge is always quite difficult. And they have to find someone that possibly will have come from a hunter background, but will have enough knowledge of the way a Welsh pony or Welsh cob should go.
Yeah.
And is willing to ride them. They give a very different feel, and so it is quite a difficult job to find a ride judge.
But I think anyone that gets asked is absolutely honoured.
Yeah.
I doubt there's many that turn it down.
No, I don't.
To be honest, I even think if you don't come from a Welsh background or if you come from a hunter background, to be asked to do this class is quite special, isn't it?
Definitely.
So this is 1572, Nicola Ross's Moorcroft Miss Rona. Another one by Moorcroft the Master, who we actually mentioned was a prolific sire in the Welsh Section Cs.
And we've got Sue Hardy there doing the confirmation, who has done so much for the Royal Welsh over these years and the Welsh Pony and Cob Society, so I know this is a huge honour for her today to do this. She normally sits up in the tower doing all of the sire ratings for the week, so thanks to people like her who give their time to the society, so it's a lovely honour for her today to do this.
She probably wouldn't have worried so much about her outfit if she'd have known it was going to rain.
I know, she's probably had a big hat made and everything, hasn't she? I know, typical. The crowds look like they're coming in regardless of the rain, so it's nice to see. It's always a bit quieter on the Monday, but it's starting to look busy out there now. And that looks like it gave him a nice ride as well.
Leon's still smiling. He's ridden a fair few already.
So here we have Samantha Beard's 1543 Fairgrove Countess.
Our first done. One doesn't look like it's quite taken him as forward as a few of the other ones before him. And again, it's that difficulty of having that fine balance of having them quiet enough and not quite taking you, but seems to be settling in a bit. And when they've been stood in the line, again, it's a difficult ask for them all.
Yeah, some do well for the rest, don't they? Some switch off completely.
They do. And again, they're stripping them after they've ridden again, which is nice, not to have to put a wet saddle back on and a strange jockey, so they've all had equal opportunities. Must be quite damp there. They're all keeping the saddles dry with their towels. I don't think it's too horrendous, but a little bit damp. 1573 we've got now.
So this is Anna Chaplin and Ross Keyes' Tysilio Branwen. Ross and Anna from the south of England, but they love coming to the Royal Welsh every year. I'm sure they will be off to Hickstead later in the week. I think Ross has a couple qualified in the Working Hunter ponies.
Busy week. At least they're closer to home on the way home from that one. We draw the short straw for that week.
Definitely.
There's times when I'm listening to what's being recorded elsewhere, which is sort of thrown when but that's important, that's the one we need to hear. If they can sort it out on a site, like, leave it till then, and if not, we'll stop.
This seems to be giving him a sweet ride.
Yes.
What are we going to say now? Person of the household. Oh, that was Jim in the end.
We've still got a few more to ride down there. Still got a smile on his face. He's very precise with his marks. He knows exactly what he's giving them before he's come back. So 1549.
So Crystal Dolan, Pontlassi Olympia.
Looks like it's being ridden by Tori Thomas in the ring.
Yes, that's who I thought was on board as well.
Yeah, I thought it looked like
making a quick dash from one ring to the other.
Yep.
Is he busy?
And it looks like they're still riding the middleweights over in the hunter section, so as soon as we get over to there we'll update you with those. He hasn't quite counted at that first corner again, so might not feel as settled as the others. There's a few more umbrellas about as well, which
yeah, I noticed as the umbrellas started going up, they started to not be so settled, which is...
I suppose it's been such a lovely summer so far. They haven't seen many umbrellas at the local shows, so... Didn't seem quite as settled at the beginning of its show as it did the second half.
So here we have 1569. Heather Probert's Llanfeino, Reach for the Stars.
Oh, doesn't look quite as settled to get on. Be interesting now. It's gone away from that whether you'll give it the second opportunity or not. We're back now to the middleweight hunters. And we've got our judge, Miss Leslie Whitehall, just giving a ride to one of the competitors. We'll update you on any numbers now as soon as we see them. So what do you look for in a middleweight hunter then, Kerry?
So I believe middleweight hunter should carry so lightweight up to 12 stone, middleweight over 12 stone to up to 14 stone, and a heavyweight would be 14 stone and over. So plenty of bone and substance, enough to carry someone up to 14 stone all day on the hunting field.
And bone. Would the bone be different between the lightweight and middleweight?
Yeah, so there would be more bone below the knee on a middleweight. So about 9 inches, I would imagine.
And hopefully now when we see the heavyweights, you'll see a big difference.
Yeah, much more bone then.
Between. So we've got 1630.
Which is Dawn Hinksman's Sarquin.
And it's nice that Leslie's given feedback to each of the competitors, which is great to see, and she's got a smile on her face, and she's been a very sympathetic rider all morning.
Yeah,
she's done a fabulous job. So
usually easy to spot because that hat is green, and she's always got a green riding hat.
Yeah, that's nice. And brown boots.
Yeah, always green hat, brown boots.
So it looks like
she does a really nice job wherever she judges.
Yeah. She'll coming to the conclusion of this class now. No mark system, as we've previously said, so it's the old-fashioned walk around, have a chat, which is quite nice to see these hunters. So you can see Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John King having a good chat amongst themselves. Or disagreement.
Or disagreeing,
you never know, do you?
as it might appear.
So it looks drawn top so far. It looks like Zara Owen, followed by
Jamie Hooker.
Oh,
Kamala Cassini, owned by Robert Scrine.
Third.
Can't see the third is. And they're staying as they are.
So there we have number 1631, Zara Owens, Well Park, Don Giovanni.
He is owned by Zara herself. She bought him as an unbroken 4-year-old over the winter, and she broke him herself, produced him. He won his class at Hereford Spring Show as well, and he went champion at NCPA Staffordshire Spring Festival and was placed 3rd at Cheshire County. So yeah, she's having a good few weeks on her horses, so congratulations to Zara and her team. And you'll know a bit about Jimmy.
Yes, yeah, so Jimmy is my close friend, yeah, so this horse was brought over from Ireland and broken in and produced all the way through the ranks. Well, it's his second season, I believe, and he's doing really, really well.
That is Kimberly Stanworth in third. Haven't seen her showing for a while. She's originally a Welsh girl, but now based up in Cheshire with her partner. I believe they do a lot of hunting now. I think she's got quite a bit to do with the Cheshire hunt. So it's nice to see Kimberly back on board. I'll just see if I can find the name of her horse. Unfortunately, we don't...
Greenwich Park.
There we go. We don't have the names of the jockeys, so we only go by our eye. Unfortunately, we only have the owners. So, and I want to do a quick shout out because I've just had a message over my phone all the way from Australia. So we've been listening to you all across the world this morning. So a big shout out to Kylie and her team over in Australia who run the Sydney Grand Nationals Horse Show, which is basically like their Horse of the Year show over there. It's absolutely fantastic. So anyone that has the opportunity to go and judge over there, I highly recommend it. They looked after me like a total queen and thoroughly enjoyed it. So big shout out to anyone across the world, and especially Kylie and everyone's listening in Australia. It's probably good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, yeah.
Probably ready to go to bed. Yeah. So nice to see you're watching. So yes, congratulations to Zara Owen and her team with 1631, and that's Well Park Don Giovanni, and a lovely middleweight sort there.
Yeah, it's a nice stamp, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. And Jimmy Hooker and Rob Squang in second.
He'll be over the moon.
Yeah, young horse.
Young horse, yeah. First real season, you know.
So I'll have the difficult decision now which one she's going to ride in the championship. I wonder which one she'll choose. Which one would you go for?
I like the 4-year-olds, and I would probably, if I had to choose, I'd probably go on the one that could do with a bit more of an education. Would be my choice. But
I quite like this one.
It'd be nice to have a choice of both.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it'd be difficult to be in that position. She'll be off trying to find a jockey now.
I was going to say, I don't think anyone will be turning down the offer to ride either.
Absolutely not. No. Who's going to have the lucky catch ride? Hopefully she'll go on over to Hannah now and have a little chat with Hannah down at the main ring. And just on the far end of the ring, we have got the Welsh Cobs mares in the ribbon class, judged by Mr. Leon King and Sue Hardy. So they'll be coming to the end of that section now, and we've got myself, Gemma Rees, and Maggie Simons and Kerry Thomas coming to you live from the Royal Welsh 2023 main ring.
Well, Zara, llongyfarchiadau eto I ti. Yes, another red rosette at this year's Royal Welsh. And I think your pony is very happy with himself. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's lovely because they're all novices, so I'm just pleased they've come here and gone how they have done. So anything after that's a bonus.
And how are you going to cope with the championship now? You've got a few in there.
Decisions.
Because you can't ride more than one in the championship, so are you going to be grabbing in some friends?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, we'll have a chat now and see.
Well, as you say, all of these ponies are young, but are you happy with how they've all coped?
Delighted, yeah. No, to handle this atmosphere here is great, so I'm really chuffed with them all.
Well, many, many congratulations. Pob lwc yn y pencampwriaeth. Many good luck now in the championship.
Thank you very much.
Leon and Sue just seem to be having a little bit of a reshuffle in the mares. So once we can get some numbers and some placings in there, we will update you.
Be interesting now to see if they move them around a little bit.
I think this class has probably been a little bit less consistent than the previous class.
Yeah, I think so.
So it'll be interesting to see how the marks affect that.
Absolutely. They're having a good juggle of them as well, aren't they? It's difficult when we can't see the whole class as well, because it's we've missed a few, so you don't know which ones have gone well in between. So
doesn't look like they have a full 20 in there.
No, doesn't. I suppose when I judged, they said it's up to me how many we want. So I suppose if you get to 15 and that's all you want to ride, then that's their decision, isn't it?
We can see the heavyweight hunters coming in there in the background as well. Only 4 entries in the heavyweights.
Only 4 entries, yeah. They are getting smaller, unfortunately. I think
heavyweights are struggling.
Yeah, and I think with Hickstead on, it's a lot for a big horse to go back and forth across the country, and them losing the Horse of the Year show qualifier here has probably affected it slightly. But yeah, it's a shame to see. But
they're hard to find, though.
Yeah, that's it. The breeding is not there as well, is it?
So that is the win going to Lynn Scott with Penal.
Sorry, just sifting through our numbers.
Penal Royal Anthem, ridden by Emma Scott. And second, Anna Chester coming up to second with Pensawel Miss Middleton. So third is Claire Evans with Peter and Elaine Graham's Boothroyd and Annabelle. Emma looks delighted.
She does. An honour to win the class here.
And Nicola Ross coming up to fourth there.
So it's nice again. They've moved the lineups around a little bit.
She did look to give a nice ride.
It did. Yeah, it did.
Moorcroft Miss Rona there.
Yeah, she looks delighted. Only looks like there is one that's come forward in the heavyweights from my seeing. Shame to see. So
looks like it's Briley riding Teresa Gold's Rose Gold, I believe it's called.
We have a decision from our judges in the Class 144, and our winning Welsh Top Mare and Saddle for 2023 is number 1574, Lynn Scott's Penal Royal Anthem, and the second place goes to the 1545, and another one takes place from Pensawel Miss Middleton. The third place goes to 1552, Peter and Elaine Graham.
It's Emma off on her lap of honour there. She will obviously, the first and second will come back in for the championship once the stallion class has concluded.
Congratulations to All Connections. Really, really covers the ground this mare, doesn't it?
It's really nice. Looks like it would give you a lovely ride.
Yeah, and a young pony as well, so yeah, hasn't put a foot wrong today. Congratulations to All Connections.
The stallion class we have in next, 21 entries in the stallions. We'll see how many come forward.
Yeah, it's lovely images on our screen now of her trotting up the front. Very, very big moving there.
Emma making the most of floating around the main ring.
I don't blame her. Another photo for the wall in front of their big grandstand. So yes, we're Coming to the stallion class here now on the top end of the ring, and then we will be going to the heavyweight hunters in the far end of the ring. So just a quick introduction of everyone, or anyone that's joining us now. My name's Gemma Rees, we've got Maggie Simons and Kerry Thomas. We're coming back to the heavyweight hunters, which sadly only one's come forward out of the 4 entries. And this is, we believe, we're not 100% sure yet, but this could be Teresa Jones. It's rose gold. I think they got the date of birth wrong. It says it's 2023, so it's definitely not definitely not born this year. It's not a foal.
Being ridden by Bridie Llewellyn from Armorford.
And you said she's only 17.
I think she's 16 or 17, yeah.
So,
yeah. Does a lot of dressage, competes successfully.
Big smile on her face. She'll go into a championship now. So, yeah, I think it'll be a sad that there's not many in this section, but it's going to be a lovely championship forward. So we'll have the small hunter winner, which is Pem Strumbly Al Latif, and the 4-year-old winner, which was Zara Owen. The lightweight hunter, which was
Lorna Morgan's Colorado.
The middleweight again from Zara Owen, and here we have the winner of the heavyweight, which is Rose Gold. On the far end we can see the first of the Cobb Stallions coming in, which is a highlight, I think, of the Royal Welsh. I think the Cobb Stallions, the in-hand class and the ridden, this is the place to show off your stallions. It's the highlight of some of the ponies as well, isn't it? I know your pony at home, or Beth's pony, as we call him, Turbo, Toby. This was the highlight of his year, I think, wasn't it? He grew to the occasion here. Not that he was a stallion, but a gelding. But yeah, this is.
I think he was called top 5 times.
Yeah.
He did manage to win it.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, being pulled top doesn't
Well,
always
llongyfarchiadau mawr
go
I
in your
Pennal
favour.
Royal Anthem, and of course, you appear as the rider. How are you feeling winning the mare class of 2023?
Absolutely over the moon. A dream come true to win the Royal Welsh.
Is this your first time taking home the Red Rosette from the Royal Welsh?
It is, yeah.
Well, we cannot say congratulations enough. You've got the championship coming up now, where the mare will go up against the winner of the gelding and the stallions. How do you feel your chances are?
We'll give it a good shot.
And what was your favourite part of the class?
The gallop.
I have to admit that's been everyone's answer today. And of course, the judge has to ride the ponies. How did you feel your pony went today for the judge?
Yeah, I felt she gave him a nice forward ride. I could imagine when you've got so many ponies to ride, you wouldn't like one that you'd have to kick round. But she looked to go lovely, so I'm really pleased with how she went for him.
Well, best of luck in the championship now, and enjoy every second.
Thank you very much.
How successful was it?
So we've just got the championship coming in now for the hunter classes. Our judges, Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John Keane. For anyone that's joining us now, I'm Gemma Rees, here with Maggie Simons and Kerry Thomas. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. It's flown by, to be honest.
We've had some lovely classes to watch.
We have, yeah, been very lucky. So we only see what you guys see on the screen. We are parked at the top of the hill on the main ring, but unfortunately we're in a porter cabin, can't see out of our windows, so yeah, we only see what's in front of us. So got a lovely lineup here of the Hunter Championships, so be interesting now to see. What would be your winner, Kerry, in the hunter section?
Not going to be impartial at all. Obviously, I would go with my good friend James's horse. But I've always loved Stradi Hannah as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely
mare.
Yeah.
And Sarah Owens.
Yeah,
both
very nice.
hers are fantastic. So.
Yeah.
But knowing him, he's my boy. Such a sweet horse.
So we've got the second horse in the middleweights there in front of us. That's Jimmy Hooker, followed by the
small
second as a small hunter. Then we've got Stradi Hannah in third, which is the lightweight second horse. Then we've got Colorado, the winner of the lightweight, which is Lorna and Charles Morgans from Carmarthenshire. They'll be delighted. It's only 5 years old, and it's his fourth class it's won here. Won the Spring Festival here and qualified for the Royal London Show. We've got our judges here now. Huge knowledge of Leslie Whitehall and John Keane. Leslie's a beef and sheep farmer, and John looks after his yard and farm at home in Usk, so he hasn't got too far to come. So I think we've just got section D's going in the background here.
And those two are Zara Owens, middleweight winner, and the 4-year-old winner.
Catherine Roberts has stolen the ride on the 4-year-old, the lucky girl.
lucky girl.
So I think I'd go for the middleweight if it was me judging. No one that Zara is on now. That would be my winner. But we're all different, so we'll see.
The winner from the smalls hasn't come in because they believe Tory's in the Welsh Cob class, or it's just left.
Of course, yes. So they're probably waiting for her. Here we go.
So they may be waiting for her.
We're just waiting. Here she comes. There we go. So I thought we'd missed the go round, but luckily we've got that to watch now. So we've got our winner, Henstrumley O'Latif, who's a previous Supreme Champion here. So in front of us we've got 1631, which is our middleweight winner, which is Zara Owen, and she's riding Well Park Don Giovanni. She's had a fantastic season with this one already. She does a lovely job with them.
Yes,
very sympathetic jockey, and
yes, definitely.
They always look well and go very well with her. So
in shot now is 1638. This horse is called Rose Gold. It's owned by Teresa Jones, ridden here by Briley Llewellyn from Ammerford.
So we're looking forward to a very busy afternoon here.
And then we've got 1621, Stradi Hannah, who was second in the lightweights, and our winner of the lightweights, which is Colorado, owned by Lorna Morgan. And this is only young.
And there'll be some of the Welsh champions taking
a lovely smile on the winner of the heavyweight, isn't it? She looks like
she's really enjoying her job, yeah.
And that's our small hunter winner, Henstrumley O'Latif, Tori Thomas.
Lovely to see some young riders coming through.
It is, really nice to see.
South, the middle, and the north ring. Just visit S4C.
It's very hard to break into these classes.
On our website, s4c.com.
And you can see the
Stradi Hannah keeping up with them for an older mare. She's doing well.
I think this is my favourite one, I think, of the day in the hunter section.
Yeah, I think it would be mine as well. This or the 4-year-old.
The 4, yeah. just looks very light in the hand, and taking her. Looks effortless, really, doesn't it? And that's what you want to see in the middle, being a ride judge.
Yeah.
No, she's just trotting along, having a lovely
Make your
time.
day easy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
These horses would be designed to be ridden for half a day, a day sometimes.
Straddy Hannah always looks like it's nice to ride.
Yeah.
She'll be getting a bit older now after having a few.
Born in 2007, so fair age.
Having a few foals. Bred in Swansea, Swansea?
Fletchley, 5 roads in Fletchley.
And here's the 4-year-old, which is lovely, to be fair. We didn't get to see this much on the go-round, but this is already qualified for Horse of the Year show.
Oh, is it?
I bet Catherine will be delighted to have the ride on there.
Absolutely.
Again, it's beautiful, covers the ground well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it shows what a good 4-year-old for someone like Catherine's just popped on, run down to ride it, and it looks like it's been doing it for 10 years, really. So,
it looks like it's giving her a lovely
certainly
ride.
Doesn't look novice, does it?
No, not at all. It doesn't look green, and with the screaming of it's not even bothered. So, hats off to Zara for doing a fantastic job of producing and schooling these horses to perfection, really. And there's a previous Supreme of Royal Welsh, comes from Blue Latif, and
Tiffers, as he's known as
Tiff,
home.
who's show jumping. I bet he's going to get excited now. He's been show jumping all winter. He'll be ready for the gallop.
He's like, when? Now?
Yeah, it came up on my Facebook a few days ago, the first show I rode him at. So he was a really good boy. And the lightweight winner there, Colorado. It was nice to see the jockey crying her eyes out after the class, and it shows you how much it means to everybody to win a class here. It's
definitely a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of pressure, isn't it? And then
it is.
To see that what you're doing is working.
Yeah.
I'm sure Charles would be trying to nab this off Lorna to go jumping at some point.
Guaranteed. Yeah, guaranteed.
I don't think
I don't think
you'll get it from her.
Definitely won't win that one. Yeah, Charles being very successful himself. He won the Search for a Star years ago at Horse of the Year show, doing the working hunters there. So fair play. They've done a lot. Charles is a local horse dentist, so he knows a lot of them. And then there's Jimmy just coming into shot now, that you'll know plenty about. Don't know, what's his stable name?
Oh my God, what's his name?
Come on now, here we go.
Virgil after the game, the guy that bred him, God, old age is taking me.
I can see they're pulling in the Section D stallions in the background. And they're galloping on for the... So we've got to have a good old gallop in the hunters, I believe. That's what they're all about.
It's what can win it for you, isn't it?
Oh, win on, lose it.
Yeah, I've gone from second place to reserve champion just based on the gallop in the championship.
Yeah.
Gemma was the champion. She did a better gallop.
Yeah, I like a gallop.
Yeah,
I know, for all those Australians that when we went to judge there, they don't gallop as much as we do.
They?
No, so I think once we rode a few classes and they realised we like galloping, they were all, you could tell they'd all been practising. So we do like our gallop over here.
Yeah. Well, that's the fun bit, isn't it?
Especially at the Royal International now this week. I know most of these hunter ponies will be galloping up the Royal International Hill, and that's a good memory. So yes, we've got Leslie Whitehall and John Keane here. having their final look, final decision of what they will like. So it'll be interesting now which ones they'll go for.
They look like they've worked well together.
They have, yeah. I think they know each other very well. So they've both been in the job for a long time.
Yeah.
You can tell they have a good rapport from the way they are interacting.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's I didn't know who was judging the Royal Welsh because the schedules come out at the same time, and we asked the same ride judge to judge at Pembrokeshire, but John's wife Vicky is doing the hunters, so they're having a swap of roles. John's doing the sport horses and Vicky's doing the hunters with Leslie, so it'll be quite nice. I wonder if we'll have a few of these entered now at Pembrokeshire, knowing it's the same judges. So which ones are you going to go for now then, Kerry?
Pressure's on. Well, obviously I would like Jimmy to win it, but I think Zara's going to have it on the 4-year-old, and Tifa's probably as the reserve.
Maggie?
It's difficult because we haven't seen them all gallop.
I know, it's difficult. I know.
And as you say, it's all about the gallop in the hunters. So
yes. Oh, the middleweight and the 4-year-old. Yeah, good choice.
Yeah.
2 worthy winners there. Well done to Zara.
And they match as a pattern as well.
Yeah, they do. Same sort, yeah. Lovely, lovely. So our champion comes from class 153, which is Zara Owens Well Park Don Giovanni, which is her own. So congratulations to Zara there. And the 4-year-old...
Kilnamona Tuccini, I believe.
No,
Adrian Crawford's
Bassamore Distant Land. That's it.
Reading the wrong bit there.
So, congratulations to Adrian Crawford and Bassamore Distant Land, who have had a fabulous few weeks with it, winning at Great Yorkshire and qualifying there. And oh wow, and a sash. That's the first time I've seen them win a sash here. So.
The World Champion Bull and Big Team event was won by the Welsh team, which included Theo Jones, who I believe is...
Looks like he's won a sash a few times.
Yes, yeah.
It's a lovely sash to win.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Sponsored by the Bruin Dolphin. I think this 4-year-old's got a big future ahead of it, hasn't it?
Standing there like a rock, isn't it? It's not moving.
No. Puts a lot of work into them, doesn't she?
Even when the other horse is moving off, it's not bothered at all.
No, and they've probably been on the same lorry as well, haven't they?
A lovely catch ride for Catherine there. She'll be delighted with that. Yeah, they'll have a quick photo now with the judges. Mr. John Keane's taking his coat off for the photo, and with the sponsor, and there's Catherine. A lovely picture to have at home now.
Yeah.
There we go. Lap of honour time now for Zara Owen and Well Park Don Giovanni. We'll hopefully catch up with the stallions in the far end of the ring. We've got the ridden cobs in here now, the hogged cobs to follow, so last section in here.
A lovely lap of honour there. Just having a second go round.
Every sheep that they shear themselves, they get paid for. So it's just they go in, catch the next sheep, bring it out, shear it, and hopefully that it'll be clean and tidy.
I think by the looks of it, she's hoping for a photo of the two of them together.
Yeah, that would be too good an opportunity to miss, wouldn't it? Both produced by her, and they're both beautiful, and credit to her.
Actually doing quite well because we are in the late July, and the half-old sheep to be able to shear in this competition is a testament to the farmers that have been looking after these particular sheep for this period of time, because most sheep in this country would have been shown by now. They're supplying quite a lot of
Oh, that rosette is not staying on.
use for this particular competition for all the groups. There we go, the first sheep shearer has finished, and this will be the last piece that she will throw. Still, her work will have to continue. As you can see, the board is quite littered.
I think it's obvious how much it means to Zara that there's no way she's leaving the ring without it in her hand.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
They're very special, those rosettes.
Yeah.
Featured one or two of these particular sections now. The pace has picked up quite a bit.
It's amazing how much bigger and bolder the rosettes are now compared to what they were. I found my first Royal Welsh first that I ever won. I think it was 1997 or 98, and it's about a third of the size of what they are now.
Yeah, rosettes are
It's tiny and completely different material as well. So I have it framed.
Oh, good.
It's not many rosettes I have framed. I have my Hoy's ones and my
The
first
Royal
Royal Welsh one,
Yeah.
which shows how special it is, really, isn't it? So it's on a box frame on its own. I couldn't even tell you who I won on, but the rosette is there. Pride of place. But I used to ride a lovely coloured pony called Brinteg Llwynau Daffodil. Well, am bore, Zara. What a morning. Not only winning 2 classes and second and a third, but now you've taken champion and reserve. How are you feeling, if you can even describe it?
Oh no, it's amazing. I've been champion before, but to do the double is just amazing. It was a hard decision to know which one to ride, but thanks to Catherine, she did a great job.
Yeah, has Catherine ever ridden that horse before? Because it was perfectly behaved, and obviously you had the tough choice of deciding which one to jockey. I think we went with the right one. So, yeah, Catherine did an amazing job for you up there.
Yeah, no, Catherine has never rode it before. Literally, she had a little trot, and I said, "Oh, off you go, you'll be fine." So threw her in the deep end, but no, chuffed to bits with both horses.
Perfect. And back for the Supreme on Thursday?
We'll see how it goes. I've got a couple more classes, so we'll see how the week goes.
So you've got even more to do. You had a really busy morning on the first day, and we've got more chances to see you back in this main ring.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, have a great week, a llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sarah.
Hopefully we'll head back to the Welsh Cob stallions now so that we can give you an update on how they're pulled in. They should be a fair way through being ridden now.
They do also in the hunter section, which is quite nice. They have the best shod horse. We didn't see it on the TV screens, but they do pick up every single horse's foot and check them out, and they do have a winner, and it's quite a prestigious thing to win. So yeah, back now at the Welsh section D stallions. He's currently getting on number 1598.
So that is Lisa Wigglesworth's Renvarg the Mystic, who is a seasoned campaigner. Lisa Wigglesworth winning the first class of the morning in the section C's, and now she's riding her own Renvarg the Mystic. A previous Hoy's winner. He has been a very consistent performer.
He looks like he's given a nice consistent ride, doesn't he?
He's a good boy.
He is.
Leon looks in no hurry to pull up there.
No, I think he's enjoyed that one.
He looked like he enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah. Still smiling.
Next we have 1589, which is Helen Meredith's Gems the Rat Pack.
Two similar types. As soon as we catch what's drawn up above in the first view, we will let you know as soon as we catch eye with them. It does look like it's filling out with all the spectators in the background now, and it looks like it's a bit drier. So, fingers crossed. So again, these Cobb stallions have a slightly disadvantage to the section C's that were in at 8 o'clock this morning when it was lovely and quiet and no umbrellas, no spectators.
Busier now.
It is busier.
More for them to see.
Until we come to the Welsh Cobs on Wednesday, when you wouldn't see a blade of grass on that hill behind us. It will be...
Be in your seat by 1 o'clock when you're ready.
Absolutely. I still love watching it now.
Again, he said he was looking for an uphill forward ride, and I think this will have given him that.
Yep. Very light in front. Yeah, it's gone well for him. He's done an exceptional job, fair play, and he still looks like he hasn't ridden one. He's fit and healthy, and
I think he needs to get that zip on his boot repaired.
Yes.
Now we have 1591, which is Danielle Richardson's Triavon Merlin.
Glad you're here, Maggie, but saying all these wonderful names.
Beautiful dapples.
Yeah.
Beautiful colour horse, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's changing his stirrups. It's really important to get it right, though.
Yeah, you don't want to be trying to manage, do you?
You don't enjoy your ride if your stirrups are too short or too long, and
I'm very sympathetic to the horse to allow the rider to come back.
Yeah.
Come back to
yeah,
it.
Definitely. Didn't quite catch the numbers of those.
So I think So I believe that we have pulled in top 1580 Amy Devane with Steppers Relight My Fire, and pulled in second 1581 Daniel Everett Monohawk Masterpiece. But I will need to confirm the first place. Interestingly, these again seem to be more settled than the mares.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, much more settled, don't they? But I suppose the class wasn't as big to start as well, so they might have had a more settled go round than the mares. But interestingly, he didn't push that one as much for galloping.
No.
So probably.
But I think I think his legs don't look level, so perhaps
No,
he's not
his
quite
stirrups aren't
happy.
right.
Yeah.
It looks like his stirrups drop down,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah, he's spotted something. Something's not right. It's interesting how all these different cobs, they're same sort, but how they Leon doesn't look as tall on some of them and taller on others.
Some of them are taking his leg up a lot
they
more.
do, don't they? There's,
This is 1584, which is Jodie Halliwell's Slam Model S exclusive. A young horse who has been out competing this year. He's only a 5-year-old.
He's looking in tip-top condition, isn't he?
Mm. And again, probably advantage of having a young one. They don't know what's coming, so they do everything that you ask them. They don't anticipate, which is far better than the older ones that know. And for a young horse, it looks like it's given him a nice ride so far. Natural reaction to click.
My leg was
Sitting
going.
canter. Just anticipated a little bit. There was a video recently circulating online, a girl watching her sister jump. Have you seen that? The show jumper, where she was kicking like you wouldn't believe and rode every single fence. It was brilliant to watch. But I love watching the mums on the outside of the ring, cantering every stride. We all do it.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
He looks like he's enjoyed his ride on
He
that
did.
one.
Yeah,
That did look like
pleasant
it gave
and
him,
sweet, didn't it?
it looked effortless, really, didn't it?
Here we have (1592) Amber Ripper's Llwyn Hywel Balls of Fire.
See the steward checking the gear. He's struggling a bit with his stirrups on this.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be the tallest of people, Leon.
That did happen to us one year where the girth wasn't quite tight enough. And the ride judge did stop midway through the show to tighten his girth.
Oh no.
You live and you learn.
Yeah. Yeah. Very tight.
At
now,
least
so.
it didn't come off.
No. Now we've got the hogged cobs as well. We'll call them hogged cobs today on the far end of the ring going in. Looks like we've got
quite a few forward there.
quite a few, yeah. On pre-entries, it looks like we have a few nice ones as well. So we'll keep you updated on them. They will have the same judges, Miss Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John Keane, and there are 15 pre-entered, so
that's fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic.
Much easier to get ready, and they no pattern, just a bath.
Lovely.
Yeah, job done.
Wash and go.
Yeah.
Are people looking at the numbers of the heavyweights compared to the middleweights and then the hogged cobs? Is it a lot easier to breed where you're looking for a middle ground? Are they more hit and miss, so you're more likely to breed a hogged cob or a middleweight, whereas breeding a heavyweight specifically is more difficult?
I think breeding a heavyweight is really difficult because you don't always get necessarily the height or then the bone that comes with it. A lot of people have gone down the warm blood route, but probably wouldn't give you a true heavyweight. But
your hogged cobs come from more of your traditional sorts, like I'd call them a gypsy pony.
Yeah.
If you saw some of them beforehand, you would never believe that it's an actual show horse. The before and after transformations are incredible. So, they seem to be very popular. They're a bit more versatile. I would assume that's why they're probably a bit more popular.
I'd say you find them more than breed them, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd find one,
Yeah,
you know.
tied to a tree.
Yeah.
Most of them are tied to a
Or
tree
just
in
in a field
Ireland,
and
or
no one really knows what they've
it
got.
is.
Yeah.
So they trim off the feathers and all the mane, and they've got amazing temperaments as well.
We've had a few
They
cobs and
seem
they're
to
so
be
much
more
easier.
versatile, aren't they? So
You know, when you plat in at 4 o'clock in the morning to leave, then that's when the arguments happen. When we had cobs, we didn't have any of that.
no.
No. So this is 1579, Holly Charnock's Menai Castaway. Holly does a bit of everything with Castaway. He does a bit of arena eventing, workers, anything that she wants to do with him.
Just shows how versatile the Welsh breeds are.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? Can do anything.
It looks like he's switched off a little bit, maybe from standing still for so long.
He's a lovely, gentle horse.
He is a lovely boy.
Looks like he's switched back on now.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
that trot.
that's what you wanted
It's the
me to
trot
do.
away, I think,
Yeah.
from the
And then away from the
difficult-
entrance,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. A few of them are struggling. Yeah, he's going now. Isn't
Yeah, he's
a
willing to
good
push this one
gallop.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he seems like he's enjoying them.
Yeah. So, as we were talking about the hogged cobs, in 2014, 15 and 2016 they had 11, 11 and 13. This year we've had 15. Last year being the biggest entries being 16. So
Yeah.
it looks like they
That's
are
good.
steadily
They're definitely on,
increasing,
yeah.
which is,
Yeah.
and it's a really strong class.
Yeah.
Like,
They're so versatile, they seem to be.
yeah, absolutely, and easy to do. I know a few of them aren't, but they are the sorts that you can have a family and drag off the lorry, go to a show and enjoy.
I believe this class here is not restricted to the measured cobs.
No,
so
it's a mixed.
It's a mixed.
a
So a
mixed.
maxi cobs over 15.1 and then
Yep.
riding cobs.
A light
just-
and heavy,
Yeah, light
yeah.
and heavy below 15.1.
Yep. And they are really nice to ride. I did the British Show Hack and Cob riding assessment, and it wasn't. I went to do the hacks and riding horses because I've never competed in the cob section, so I didn't really think I had the knowledge to do it. But while I was there was Jane Webber's horse called the Humdinger was at the
I
riding
remember, yeah.
assessment. And I didn't really want to turn that down to have the opportunity
No,
to
to
ride
ride
him.
him at first.
So I said I would try the panel, and I got straight on, and I absolutely loved them.
Yeah,
Once I rode
yeah.
him from there, it really changed my mind on
Yeah.
them. They're really comfortable, and yeah, thoroughly enjoy them.
This is number 1599, Meg Williams's Greenwing Dion, who is out of Bryneglir Molly, who has been a prolific prize winner at the Royal Welsh Show herself.
I believe this is quite young as well, is it? I don't know. If we're wrong.
10-year-old.
Ah. Meg also competes in the hunter. She got a small hunter and she did have a middleweight hunter up until recently, I believe.
A good look at his marks now. It's nice to compare from ride to ride. It's important that you use your marks. You don't go to your first one, and even though if it gives you the best ride of the class, if you give it 49 out of 50, you've got nowhere to go from there. So it's important to use your marks widely. And say, for example, you enjoyed the last one and gave it 42. Well, the 42 still might be your highest ride of the day, but at least it gives you the manoeuvre to give you. So it's having the knowledge, and
You don't want to go too high at the get-go.
no, that's it. If you start at 49, it's very difficult to get better. So in the background now we can see.
Yeah, it's nice.
I believe
pass.
that was Malcolm Dixon Punching
It
past.
is.
Marco Dixon passed and Simon Jones. Yeah, they both passed.
One of my favourite cobs. I like him. The biggest bargain of the century. Bought at Llanybother Sales.
Yeah.
And recently qualified for Horse of the Year show last week. So he was absolutely delighted. Lovely man. Lovely family. And last year's winner. So
Yes, yeah.
see if he can regain his title. But as we said, a very difficult class.
A few of these stallions look like they're switching back on when they get to the second rein.
Yes,
Yes,
as soon as
they
come,
do. I think-
as soon as they come across the diagonal to change the rein.
On the whole, a lot steadier than the mares.
Very, yes. And then he looks like he's on his last one.
Yeah, coming to his last one.
So
They haven't
well
been
done.
keeping as many in, have they? So he hasn't ridden as many as
He's done a brilliant job of riding these. So hats off to Leon. He's been very sympathetic and done a fantastic job.
He does look like he's slowing down a little bit now.
yeah.
60 down. Oh, still got a couple more. Oh, last one.
This is 1588. Molly Mercer's Green Wing St. David. So actually has the same dam as the previous, as the Dun horse that
Oh, that's nice.
is also in the class.
Last year. And in the past, John Keane has competed here at the Wawa show.
He'll have a well-deserved lunch after this. And he's probably got a busy week going back to
Yeah, I
Hicksford,
think
I
he'd
would
probably be
assume.
going straight from here up there, I would imagine.
Yeah. So once this class concludes, we will have the within Section D Championship.
That can be quite a test for these Welsh cobs because they will have obviously had all the cheering in the class, and then
Straight
it's
back
not
in.
always the one you expect to win the championship
They're
will
lift up then.
win.
Yeah.
It's obviously judged as a separate class, and so the judges may have an idea in their mind of which one is their favourite from the classes, but it may change completely once they get to the championship.
And when the geldings first went in, it wasn't quite as busy or busy atmosphere, so they may not settle as well.
And some of those might light up now, isn't it? And then
Yeah.
show off a little bit more.
So,
He's still smiling.
yeah, well done, Leon. Good job.
Do his boots any minute now.
Oh, does that mean someone's...
Not only that in this class, and in the Ram with 7 entries, there's 14 entries.
Looks like something may be going on the other side of the ring.
It does.
It's not like a cob to drop someone.
No. Oh. Must be a loose horse.
He's done enough riding to go running after a horse.
No. I'll have a good catch up now. So we've got Sue Hardy and Leon King, and looks like they're having a good discussion about
It's the
how
most
they were
animated I've ever
ranking
seen
his
him.
berry.
He's normally very laid back.
But yeah, as we said previously, Sue's done so much for the Welsh Pony and Cob Society and the Royal Welsh Show, so for her to be here, it's lovely to see her inside the ring rather than on the outside, working hard. So
And she looks cool as a cucumber.
she does. She looks like she's had a wonderful time.
Yeah, so that is Amy Devane on Steppers, Relight My Fire, pulled in top, and Daniel Everett, Monahawk Masterpiece in second currently. And just on our screens there, that is Katie Parry Evans riding Sonia Smith's Chevalier on Kilwch. can't confirm whether she was pulled in third or not at this very moment. Having a quick check of the number. Yes, so she was pulled in third.
So hopefully after this we'll have a little quick look at the hogged cobs.
From what we can see, the class has come to a stop for a minute. Hopefully we will be able to give you an update soon.
And again, this class is marked on a 50-50, so 50 for confirmation and 50 for ride. So the stewards are working hard, and thank you to them for all their hard work for keeping the show going. So once those marks are added up, they will pull them forward. I think Leon definitely deserves that nice cold drink. Needs a bit of sugar after riding all of those. He'll sleep well tonight, I'm sure.
Well, I believe after Richard Telford rode them all last year, he went and laid in a river after judging them all.
He did amazingly.
Yeah, bless him.
That heat was unbearable.
Yeah. One of the other hard-working stewards here. He's been doing all the leg ups all morning, so he's probably ready for a cup of tea. Danielle's horse in second. He's a lovely boy, isn't he? I was parked next to him a couple of years ago at a show, and he's a stallion. He was just tied up outside the trailer. No, absolutely lovely stallion. So she's done really well with him over the years, hasn't she?
Yeah, he's already qualified. Ticket back to Horse of the Year show this year.
Yeah, she qualified quite early, didn't she?
Did he win here last year? Did he win? Oh no.
Gosh, this is a good memory. I can't remember.
But I think he's definitely done well. It might have been the Spring Festival that he done well, and I'm getting confused.
He has been a former winner and champion.
I think he's desperately trying to eat his reins as well. They're the ones that cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
I had one of those. Here we go. Judges sign their marks. Takes a little time just to double check and triple check them, but it's very important to get them right the first time. You don't want to deny someone of winning when they should have, so very important. I'd rather wait a few minutes and get it right than have it wrong. But I think on the ring next door, I think we've sadly had a faller, but looks like she's on her feet.
It's never nice as a fellow competitor when somebody has a fall.
No, it's not nice at all.
It seems to unnerve the whole class a little.
It does. It does. She's on her feet.
If she's on her feet, it's a good sign.
Yeah, we're walking.
Definitely.
Oh, it looks like it's drizzling a bit out there again now. Hopefully we'll come to the conclusion now shortly of the Welsh Cob Stallion ridden class. Looks like they're coming into position ready. So you competing up here this week, Carrie? No?
No, nothing. No.
Have you got much this week, Maggie? Busy week?
A couple at the end of the week, yes. So, yeah.
Stewarding tomorrow?
Yes.
And the Wednesday?
No competing
tomorrow.
Wednesday. Competing Thursday, so.
Busy week.
Hopefully the weather will have improved.
Hope so. #1 Wednesday is going to be torrential, I know.
Yeah, they will.
I hope not, because I'll be in the ring.
I know. Guaranteed.
I'm usually cursed when I ride at home. People usually ask, are you riding today? Because they'll avoid it. Because it'll rain.
So we can see there the winner is 1580, Amy Devane with Steppers Relight My Fire. And coming in second is Daniel Everett with Monahawk Masterpiece 1581. In third we have 1585 Natasha Ham with Mice Crofter Don Juan, who had his Horse of the Year show ticket last week as well.
I'm sure all three of those will be absolutely delighted. It's a fantastic class. To have a rosette in this class is...
yeah, to stay in, most people are happy just to stay in the first pull, aren't they?
Yeah. But Amy does produce them beautifully, and they are lovely to ride, so...
I'm sure this is only a 5-year-old.
Oh, wow.
Can't currently see the rest of the lineup, but we will let you know who they are once we can see them.
Danielle Everett. She'll be delighted with him. And he still has a little plait at the top. Do many of the Ds have them these days, or is it something that's going out of fashion slightly?
Quite often they will have them to help keep their bridles in.
Oh, do they? Stop them going.
So they will quite often plait a little bit of the forelock in as well, just to help keep the bridle in.
Good tip.
Yeah.
So in fourth it does look like we've got Sonia Smith, Trevallion Cilwch with Katie Parry. And in fifth it looks like Jodie Halliwell with Llamorlaeth Exclusive.
Second place goes to 1581, Danielle Everett Monahawk Masterpiece. Third place goes to 1585, Natasha Ham with Mice Crofter Don Juan. Fourth is
He looks a nice sort of winner, doesn't he?
Sonia Smith's Trevallion Cilwch. And the fifth place goes to 1584, Jodie Halliwell's Llamorlaeth Exclusive. And the sixth place goes to 1583, Dawn Gould with Hannah.
I know, Amy, you'll probably be going straight to the Royal International again this week. I'm not sure what day the M&M's... Friday. So they've got a few days rest and then back up to that part of the... Amy's halfway, well, she's more that side of the country, so she's come a long way for today. So well done to them.
Yeah. It's lovely to see them standing there like that now, isn't it? Just relaxed, chilled out. Because that grandstand is really loud, isn't it?
It is loud,
and
and
children banging seats and...
It's quite intimidating
Yeah.
stood in front of there. It looks lovely and quiet from this side, but if the camera was on the other side, you'd realise how busy the grandstand is and how full it is. So you'll probably hear them now.
And these competitors are competing against each other week in, week out, so it's lovely to see a bit of camaraderie in the lineup as well.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
You've got to have a good catch-up and a gossip, don't you, in there?
Yeah, and it's somebody's day every week, so you've just got to be
you've
pleased
just
for
got to be
everyone.
happy for whoever wins, haven't you? There needs to be a bit more of that.
But well done to Amy Devan and her team. And Danielle Everett in second.
Our winner of this last challenge on the saddle in the ring, Scottish on 11.5. And the second place is Danielle Everett on the and the rest is sincere.
Dana's gallop in front of the grandstand. So.
Never mind at this club.
And they've got to settle down quickly now, ready for the championship. So hopefully we'll come back to that now, and we'll catch up with the ridden cobs the other half of the ring. So just an introduction for anyone that's just joining us now. I'm Gemma Rees. I'm here with Kerry Thomas and Maggie Simons, and we have now got the Ridden Cob Championship, the Ridden Section D Cobs. So we've got the winner of the mare class, the gelding class and the stallion class. So we'll respectively go through their names now and update you on those. So in front of us now we've got Llanarth Majestic, who was second in the gelding class, owned by Hannah Brock from the Bristol area.
And there we have the winner of the stallion class, which is Seppa's Relight My Fire. And the second in the stallion class, Danielle Everett's Monahawk Masterpiece. The ring looks a lot bigger with only very few of them in
Yeah,
there.
it looks massive,
It does,
doesn't it?
yeah. Yeah, it's nicer for them now. They can show off a bit
Show
more.
off the paces a bit more.
Yep. So we have our two judges, Mr. Leon King, who's done a fantastic job of riding probably nearly 60 horses this morning, and yeah, he did a brilliant job and rewarded anything that did go well for him. And with him is Sue Hardy, so it's lovely to see those both in the ring today.
We're very pleased to announce today that this year the Castle Tower Schools Limited sponsored the Grand Canal. Over a number of years, Castle Tower Schools are a great supporter of the Farwell, and this year they're celebrating 34 years of business and have grown and become...
It looks like it's dry back outside again. It's been a little bit damp this morning, but considering the weather this last week, I think we've been fairly lucky.
Yeah.
The ground is holding. Looks a little bit softer now after having...
Still considering that many horses have
yeah,
gone
it's
over it.
not too bad at
Looking
all.
good.
Not too bad.
It's a difficult one for these big shows to juggle having displays for the public and to keep the ground looking,
Yes,
looking
definitely.
tidy for the animals to compete.
Absolutely.
I can remember the monster trucks one year sinking nearly the
Yes,
depth
yeah.
of their tyres and then having to
We
ride.
were all laying an egg because horses were going to have to go on that.
I know, poor Royal Lancs show this week didn't look very nice. The
No.
rings were fine, but they
Towing
were
on, weren't
towing
they?
on and off. So, yeah, it's nothing worse. But
That zip.
yeah, Leon, you're going to
Leon
have to
and
get
the
your
zip.
zip sorted. That's the winner of the mare class.
Let's go back to the seat break, yes, gentlemen.
Pennell Royal Anthem.
Yearling, that's spotted you. We're very hard since we've been away, and just trimmed this class down a little bit. And
There's the two geldings, so Treforest Versace, the winner, with Cassie Regan, and on the inside was Clonach Majestic.
such a large class of sheep, not only in the fact that being able to select sticky ones, obviously, is doing them, but obviously sheep in there that he doesn't quite think is quite there. But how do you
Stewart is obviously giving them some instruction.
anybody that they are hard done by or whatever, and how do you select, say, the ones that are in with a decent chance then? And it's a difficult scenario myself, being a larger judge, how to just basically select a group forward.
I think this class is just the icing on the cake, isn't it? After winning your class is fantastic enough, but
Yeah, I think you can relax a bit more knowing that you've won, isn't it? So you can just perhaps enjoy this championship a little
Yeah,
bit
and
more.
I
I
think
certainly
the bigger-
pressure's off. Yeah.
the classes themselves are so big, you really do have to concentrate, don't you? You
Yeah.
can get hidden, so you really have to have, as you say, the game face on when you've got 30, 40 ponies in a class. You want to be seen, you don't want to be hidden.
Exactly.
At least now they can thoroughly enjoy it, but this mare really, really covers the ground, doesn't she? She's so athletic.
She's really enjoying the ring, I think.
I think so. So I think they're galloping along the front now.
Yeah.
Clonach Majestic, the second in the...
Looks like they've kept the championship short and sweet.
Yeah, looks like.
Gemma, you'll be able to inform us a bit more on this one. So from classes that have had a ride judge,
Yep.
for the championship, does the ride the horse gave you sway you a little bit, or do you?
I think so. You'll always have your favourite. You've got to judge a championship as a second class anyway, haven't you? So I think it is obviously its way of going in the championship now. You've got to go for it, I think, as a rider. You've really got to make the most of this. It's obviously they are going on the galloping if they're galloping on each rein today, so this must be what
they both want to
choosing
see
on it. But I think, yeah, obviously having a ride will always impact which one you do prefer.
It's obviously a very different image to what you see, to what it may have felt
absolutely.
like. So,
absolutely. Especially when they've been changed around a little bit as well, isn't it? They moved a few of the classes. So.
Amy's has galloped well on both reins.
It has. It really has galloped well.
I think if Leon enjoyed that in the class, I think it could be in with a good shout.
It could be.
The mare galloped well as well, didn't she?
And Amy does a fantastic job of riding them. They really are schooled to perfection. So, yeah, she does a very good job. Any favourites? Hard call.
It's a very hard call.
Yeah, it's interesting. Leon can have a good look at the conformation of the ponies now, which obviously he didn't have to take into account as much in the first section, so it's quite nice to see them all together.
Yeah, and although he's not a Welsh Cob judge, he'll still know what's basic conformation.
Absolutely. You know what a good pony is, whatever breed it is, so...
And it's nice for Sue to have seen them on the go again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Stallion could just do with settling a little bit on the end of the line there.
That's it, and as we said, it's difficult to go from that class to that lap of honour and straight back into the championship and stand as a youngster, so...
Leon looks like he's having a little dance there.
He does.
144 and Rossetti 154 and
lovely lineup of horses.
I think it will all come down to personal preference now.
I think so. And if they agree now.
Yes.
This is the difficulty. See how they agree.
Still in the poodle with a company called Crust speaking to Rodri, and it's their first time.
They're looking up and down the line.
Yes, difficult choice.
Previously, but the first time at the Royal Welsh Show.
Difficult from our angles to see which ones they're looking at.
Rodri's sister, Catherine, and her husband, Oshan, had started making.
But any of them would be a champion in there today.
It's always quite a high pressure job as the judge that pulls the champion forward.
Yes.
You don't want to get them wrong.
No. I think it might be going towards the stallion side.
I
could be wrong, but
it did look that way.
You try and read it. But I think.
Imagine that things would have developed as quickly as they have. Not really, but
and the stallion's champion.
it's an awful lot of hard work.
Did go very well in the championship.
And galloped brilliantly. And the mare went lovely as well, and she does cover the ground beautifully. So worthy champion in reserve there. So congratulations to her.
And both of a similar pattern.
Yeah.
And similar way of going. So I think we can definitely say that they had a type.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Amy.
Yeah, Amy and team and Emma and team.
And then we've got the blueberry buns.
Hopefully we'll pop over to the hogged cobs now before they come to their conclusion. There's Sue having a chat with Amy. I wonder if Amy's been champion. She looks quite emotional.
I don't think she has been.
No, I don't. She's won the seas, but I don't think she's. She looks a little emotional, yeah. Oh, it's lovely to see. It makes you emotional watching someone when they. And it means so much to them. I'm terrible. If anyone cries when they win hoys, I start. Terrible. I only have to half know them at a Horse of the Year show, and
I know.
You start. So, yes, I remember a few years ago when Maggie's sister Beth had only just met her future husband. His first proper show he came to was Horse of the Year show, and amazingly Beth won. And as you can imagine, we were like a bunch of lunatics. This poor boy must have thought, what on earth am I getting myself into? So, yeah, you do get very emotional, and it's very special. And it's just as special when your friends win or people you know as what it is just yourself. So it's the whole team and everyone involved. You don't have to be in the ring. You can own it, help it, school it. Yeah, any claim, patted it. So, yeah, it's nice to see. Nice to see it means so much even after you win so much.
He was very tense last year, so I think she'll be just delighted that the hard work has paid off.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's everyone's dream to win here on a cob stallion in the main ring. So I'm sure she'll be doing a fast gallop now in front of the grandstand. There we go. Congratulations to Amy.
That is 1580. Steppers Relight My Fire. And in reserve we have the winner of the mare class, which is Lynn Scott's Pennal Royal Anthem, number 1574.
Sure, she's going to go for a double lap. Surely.
Yeah, of course.
Why not?
Why not?
That's the difficulty now. They'll probably be at the Royal International, so won't be able to come back for the Supreme, which is sad when they clash.
She's going for a trot out this time.
Wise, I think. No.
Well done to everyone in that. We've been very lucky today to watch such fabulous classes in the Welsh Section Ds, and so many numbers forward, when I know there's a decline in numbers at most shows these days, but it's lovely to see the ring so full here. So hopefully we'll pop over to the ridden cobs now and see the conclusion of that class.
Hopefully they will take us back to the ridden cobs in a second and we can get some results.
As you can see the grandstand, you can see how much movement there is going on, and this is just a small tiny part of it. So You can see what the horses have to contend with this right in front of them, a huge giant shed really, full of people with flappy seats. So yeah, it doesn't look as spooky from our camera angle, but it really, really is in front. So here we over to Hannah and Amy.
Well, Amy, what a morning. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i ti. Many, many congratulations on winning the Section D Ridden Championship. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I've never won this class before, this championship, so it's the first time for me to win the D, so I'm like, oh, I'm nearly crying, I can't.
You're allowed to cry, it's okay. Not every day do you win the Royal Welsh. Have you got a busy week planned now?
Yeah, we're off to the RI on Wednesday, and we're leaving. Yeah, so we're off to Royal International on Wednesday, so...
And the Royal International, of course, down in Brighton is miles away, so you're going from one end of the country to the other. Well, you've started your week fantastically. We wish you the best of luck. And, yeah, celebrating now for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Diolch.
Okay, so our first look, sorry, we're coming to the conclusion of this class, but we are looking at class 168, which is the ridden cobs or hogged cobs. This is an amalgamated class between lightweights, lightweights, heavyweights and maxi cobs. So 15 entries, which is lovely to see. And I think we've currently got one of the last ones coming in. We don't can't see their numbers, but we've got our judge, Mr. John Keane from Abergavenny, and Miss Leslie Whitehall, who both have done a sterling job this morning, but Leslie's ridden them all beautifully, so she's done a fantastic job all day, as all of the ride judges have. It's a big risk they take coming here to do it, and they have done a fantastic job. And Mr. John Keane there, who's had the most successful showing career. He was on the British European eventing team, show jumper to a very high standard. Himself and his wife Vicky have the Absolute Stud, which is based in Abergavenny, just down the road here, and they have bred some beautiful ponies and horses over the years. They really do know how to produce, especially a hack. Vicky and John, if they were ever in a class, you knew we were down the line. Yeah. But they bring them out to perfection. So yeah, can't get much better than Leslie and John judging. And Leslie, a beef and sheep farmer with her husband, has formerly had a showing yard, and plenty of experience between them both.
Yeah, fantastic ride judge, very encouraging to the younger members as well.
I think it looks like Malcolm Dixon is pulled top.
It's last year's winner.
1672. Rooster Coburn.
Simon Jones is in second currently. That is he called Ray? Ray. Nice and easy.
Yes,
that's
Ray.
My sort of name.
Yeah.
Won't forget that one. So Malcolm, who's drawn top, did win this class last year. I probably won't mind me mentioning, but this was a Llanybydder bargain. Llanybydder is a local horse sales in West Wales. Yeah. Well, not quite as west as Maggie and I, but yeah, the West Wales. It's a tiny little sales, but it's had some amazing horses from there. Original one from Ron and Debbie Thomas was one of the original amazing show hunters called Sean Bryan was bought at Llanybydder, and many more have followed. But I believe Malcolm bought this for under £200.
Yeah,
this horse was.
So, yeah.
and he's only 6 now. He showed him last year, and he qualified for Horse of the Year show last week at the TSR. So he's a home-produced horse, and lovely, lovely little cob. So Malcolm, and he's got a fantastic eye.
Got a nice shot here of Colour Impact, owned by Rhian Jones from, again, West Wales.
Looks to be smiling for the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rhian's had a bit of a bad week. She sadly put one of her ponies down last week, so I think having a nice week here and doing well will definitely boost her spirits a little bit. But her horse, he's called Joey. He's 11, and they've had him for 3 years now. He was a cheeky find, as they say. He wasn't in the best condition, and she was cheeky enough to ask the person if they would sell him, and they agreed to sell him. And he was quite uptight about everything, so taking into the Royal Welsh Ring was, well, they were a little bit apprehensive about bringing him here, but it looks like he's settled in absolutely fine.
He looks more settled this year than he did last year.
They said they nearly lost him at Christmas last year. He had cancer in his foot. So just being able to ride him at the showground, she's so grateful. So she hasn't even thought about winning, just getting him here. So stories like that mean everything. Just getting into this ring, it doesn't matter how you get on. Everyone's got a story behind them. And they're based in Crymych in Pembrokeshire, and her partner Barry is a very good man at helping problem horses. So they've got a little business between them. They've got a yard of 10. Rhian works full time, and they help people locally and far afield with any problems they have. So
definitely.
Well, they've done a good job with this one anyway. If he was nervous, he looks pretty calm there. So for a non-qualifier, what a lovely lineup of cobs.
All of
very lucky to.
Yeah, Simon, who's in second place here, does workers with this as well.
Working show horse.
Yeah,
that's a lovely class to have as well, isn't it?
Nice jump on it, and it really does well. Simon and his partner, his wife, run a pet crematorium place.
Oh wow!
In Bridgend area, Maesteg, I believe. Fantastic service if ever you needed that. Yeah, but. I believe Simon trains pointers as well.
Does he? Here we go, we've got the final walk round. They didn't have that in the other ring, so gives Leslie and John a last look at them. And again, it shows if they unsettled a little bit, so we can see the colour is a little bit unsettled now, so you could win or lose a class. But for the second year in a row, we've got Malcolm winning with Rooster
Coburn,
yeah, and he's called Rooster at home. So
that's number 1672.
Fabulous little horse. I really, really like him. So well done to Malcolm. He'll be thrilled. He's had a fantastic 10 days, qualifying for Hoys last week and winning here at the Royal Welsh.
And Simon Jones staying second there with 1678 Ray.
So Malcolm sent me a bit of information about his horse this week. So he bought him his Llanybydder as a foal from Doreen Lloyd of Court Cadnw. He turned him away till he was 4 years old, then broke him in successfully and showed him as a 5-year-old to have a win at the Royal Welsh last year. He's retired from GE Aircraft Engines in Caerphilly, and he's enjoying spending more time with his horses and showing. I said, I hope you do well and I hope you win. And he said, I can't promise a win, but I can promise to thoroughly enjoy the experience of once again competing at the main ring at the Royal Welsh. So that shows you how much just coming here for some people means everything. So for him to win again is lovely. So yeah, Rooster, the bargain from Llanybother is
Malcolm would be no
worked
stranger
out.
to winning here either, would he?
No, not at all. No, I think he won here on his cob about 8-9 years ago.
I can't believe what it was called. I can't remember what it was called.
Very similar sort.
Yeah,
very similar sort. So yeah, Mickey looks like a character, doesn't he? And I went to a show locally and he was tied up outside the lorry. He's a lovely boy. Well done to Malcolm and his family. And he'll have a straight champion rosette as his section winner, and that will get him to go to the Supreme on Thursday if he comes back.
Fairfield rosettes going on there.
There are. I mentioned earlier, I don't know if anyone's come back, but this was one of the only sections where the numbers haven't dropped. It's the numbers have actually increased since 2014. Last year was the most at 16 entered, but this year being 15. But in 2014 and 2015 there were 11. But most sections we've lost nearly 1,000 entries since 2014, and these and the Shetlands are one of the only ones that have increased. The other consistent one is the side saddle, which is on tomorrow, which is always in its 30s or 40s. So yeah, it's interesting to see what is dropping and what's not. So these little cobs are on the increase at the moment.
Yeah.
It's just trying to find one, having the eye.
Definitely.
And they don't look like that in their scraps, as we say.
No, yeah.
They'll have feathers and mane and yeah. And there's Leslie. I'm sure she's done, as we said, a sterling job.
Yeah.
She would have really liked him.
He looks a pleasant horse to ride as well. Whenever you see someone get on him, it's just, yeah.
Happy.
Just get on with it.
Yeah.
Never an objection.
Yeah. I think the flies are starting to come out now. It stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the positive of the rain. There's no flies,
Yeah, no flies.
but the weather looks a lot drier out there now. Oh, Malcolm's got a big smile on his face. He will all week now, all
Yes,
year
yeah.
probably. He'll be delighted, and with the sponsors there. Lovely photo for the mantelpiece, and the judges, Mr. John Keane and Leslie Whitehall. Considering it hasn't been a Horse of the Year show qualifier, they've had some
Yes,
fantastic
yeah.
animals in front of them, so Malcolm's having a good chat to Mr. Keane now. I think he seems a firm favourite this.
Yes, yeah.
I haven't seen them chat to everyone
No,
quite
no.
as much as. It's a lovely whip.
Yeah,
that
he's got a
he's got,
lovely.
hasn't he?
Yeah, I've always admired that. He must have had it a while now, because he's so
It
smart.
must be a twisted willow or
Yeah.
something, isn't it? It looks lovely. There we go. So congratulations to Malcolm Rosser, number 1672, second year in the row winning with the Rooster. Malcolm Dixon. Sorry.
Malcolm Rosser.
Rosser, wrong one.
Yeah, wrong
Dixon.
one.
Sorry, do
Same
apologise.
area, wrong name. Yeah.
Malcolm Dixon.
Strange not to see Malcolm Rosser here today.
Yes.
listed today.
There we go, and that's all from us today. So thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you all enjoyed.
Thank you, goodbye.
Well, as I mentioned, you'll see the Bulldog FMX team very shortly. And I was very lucky to be for a short while yesterday to see Santi Sierra horses they team go through their races and checking out the main thing. There's a wonderful display. It'll be well worth you out to see that. Later on this afternoon then, we will be joined by Major Owen and his sheepdogs. Before we are joined by the Royal Welsh Mounted Games, the American Invitation Championship, at around 2:30. We will meet Parade of Hounds shortly after that. It's great to be here every year to meet some of the local hounds, the hunts, and take this out in the throughout years. 20 to 4, we will have the first of this week's parades of prize winning horses. We have had some great classes, as I said here this morning in the main ring, but the horses have also been competing on their own horses. We will get to meet some of those prize winners here in the main ring. 20 to 4.
Wel, dyma ni ym Mhencampwriaeth yr cobiau dan gyfrwy, a mae Malcolm Dixon wedi ennill. Not the first time you've won this class, I believe, Malcolm.
No, I think this is the 7th time.
How many, sorry?
7.
7 times.
Second time with him, and I won it 5 times with another horse.
Well, that is fantastic. I think you're the king of this class, you must be. A I chi wedi brido'r ceffyl yma?
Wedyn, wrthi sy'n fynd swglin bach yn march yn y byddar.
A shwd ych chi'n teimlo heddi nawr yn gweld e'n mynd o gampas y Prif Gylch yma yn ennill y Pencampwriaeth?
Overwhelmed.
Wel, joiwch pob eiliad o hwn nawr. Are we coming back for the Supreme on Thursday?
I'm going to the Royal International. I can't, I'm going to the Royal International with him.
With this horse? Well, we wish you the best of luck, a pob lwc I chi fel y brydwyr. Felly, if you are going to do another lap of honor, I'm not sure if they'll allow you to. Oh, they're putting stuff out. Wel, pob lwc yn sioe Royal International a llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi.
Now, just to give you a background, the freestyle motocross displays competition traditionally consisted of small group riders, and they would appear in specific demo events around the world using traditional earth landing ramps. Now, I'm sure you'll appreciate, obviously, we will not be very happy if we started doing that there.